All right, it is at least 10 o'clock. We'll gavel in and start the meeting. First item on the agenda is to approve the agenda.
I move to approve.
Okay. By Mary, second by Todd. Any discussion about today's agenda? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Item 2 on the agenda is public comments. The board has a significant interest in maintaining the decorum of its meetings and it's expected that members of the public and the board will address each other with civility. The early process of the board meeting will not be interfered with or disrupted by public comment. Only individuals recognized by the board president will be allowed to speak. Comments by others are out of order. If disruptive, the individual causing disruption may be asked to leave the board meeting. Abusive, disruptive, or defamatory comments will not be permitted. The state board agenda is full and I'll place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of the allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude and the board will move on to its next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. A topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. Do we have public comment today?
If you wish to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. There appear to be no public comment today.
All right, we will move on to the director's report right now.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Axiotis, and members of the board. First, for your impact service on the board. Before we get started, we do have several board members here today for their last state board meeting as their terms come to an end. So we will get to engage in celebration at the end of the meeting, but I do want to kick off thanking each of you for your service and your dedication. Vice President Axiotis has served on the board since 2014, including having served as a past board president and chair of NASB, or the National Association of School Boards of Education Board of Directors. She's an attorney at Iowa Workforce Development and has also served on Iowa PBS's Board of Directors in this role. And as you all know, she is deeply passionate about the board's mission to ensure that all students experience a world-class education and has brought a critical perspective as a parent of school-aged children in Iowa throughout board conversations. Board member Brian Kane has served on the board since 2020, and he, as you know, has vast legal expertise, served in leadership roles in local charities and on non-public school boards, some accounting experience as a CPA, and has all of that wealth of experience has been invaluable to the board. He has served as a thought partner and I think a critical friend on the board, seeking full understanding, evaluating issues from multiple perspectives, and identifying third ways forward for the board. And then finally, our board member, our student board member, Grace Special, has provided thoughtful student perspectives throughout the board's considerations, and you have always prioritized your responsibilities on the board, for which we are grateful, especially during a very busy and fulfilling senior year at Lake Mills Community School. And we are all excited for what comes next and are wishing you the best as you prepare to attend the University of Wisconsin Superior next fall, playing basketball and majoring in communications and media arts. So again, thanks to each of our incredible board members who will be concluding their service today. Also, Terrell. And then as a reminder, we're well past the second funnel date. That was on March 20th. So we're providing a very quick update on the department's pre-filed bills. Senate File 273 has now passed both chambers and is eligible for signature. The bill was pre-filed in the department ahead of the 2025 legislation and it seeks to modify the definition of grooming established in the 24 session to strengthen student protections. And it was developed in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General. And as previously shared, our Pathways Matters bill has passed both chambers unanimously and is eligible for signature. And then for our 4 remaining bills, we're continuing to work with the legislature on our instructional quality, educator quality, House File 2545 recommendations, and Iowa leading on workforce Pell bills, all of which have now passed the full House chamber. And then we had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago to honor again a number of Iowa's amazing educators at our annual Iowa Outstanding Teachers Luncheon on March 31st. And that event honors some of our top teachers, including our 25 and 26 Teachers of the Year, Melanie Bloom and Stephanie Pritz, our 9 Regional Teachers of the Year, our 6 Regional STEM Teacher Award recipients, and then our Iowa History Teacher of the Year. Governor Reynolds recognized each of these incredible educators, and we had an amazing luncheon that was prepared by the DMAC culinary students once again. And then we had student musicians from Johnson High School, which is actually the home of our History Teacher of the Year, Jessica Dowell, provide music throughout the meal. And then we also want to again thank each of the members of the regional and the statewide selection committees for helping the department celebrate some of our amazing educators, as well as each of the teachers' family members and their colleagues for supporting the great work that they do each day. And you can check out photos if you're interested on our Flickr gallery, which is linked on our homepage. And then looking forward, we have the Purple Star Schools recognition ceremony at the Capitol Rotunda next Thursday, April 23rd at 10 a.m. to recognize the state's first Purple Star School designees, honoring schools that support military-connected students and their families. And this was a result of the department's pre-filed legislative proposal back in 2025. Senate File 275, which was signed into law by Governor Reynolds following its unanimous bipartisan passage in both chambers. The new designation will recognize schools for providing impactful support to military-connected children and families facing unique challenges, including relocation and deployment. To earn this designation, each of the schools prioritize resources that are tailored to supporting military-connected families, including a specific liaison and a dedicated web page. They host community events and programs, and then they empower educators with tailored professional learning on best meeting the needs of military-connected students and their families. And then applications were submitted over the fall. Our review team included members of MIC3, which is our Iowa Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, which is a part of a 50-state plus DC agreement with 6 ex officio representatives, and works to support strong educational transitions for military-connected students, including through enrollment, credit transfer, and graduation. And we're grateful that President Robbins will be joining us in the presentation of the designations next week. And of course, all board members, all members of the public are invited to attend to the inaugural Purple Star Schools ceremony.
When is that again?
It is next Thursday, April 23rd at 10 a.m. in the Capitol Rotunda. And happy to follow up on that too.
Thank you.
And Heather has great web content as well for the public. Any questions before we go into pre-K through 12 learning?
So the application for the Purple Star Schools went out to the schools. How many schools applied, or was it well received as far as the number of applications?
It was. I don't have the number on hand, but it was well received. It was the first year, so we did a fair amount of targeted outreach,
Right.
And then we're excited to launch again the application this coming fall.
Yeah, that's cool.
Thank you. Then shifting into pre-K through 12 learning, two conferences to again remind you of. Every Learner Forward is a 3-day professional learning opportunity that will be held at the Iowa Event Center July 7th through 9th, and it will feature interactive and intensive learning sessions that will provide strategies and best practices that impact student achievement and overall success. There are a number of sessions. Generally, they will cover engaging learners, language support strategies, early interventions, behavior interventions, specially designed instruction, as well as specific HQ sessions that are specific to our HQIM Leadership Academy participants and for our charter schools. And teachers, instructional coaches, building and district leaders, education partners, and any who are interested are strongly encouraged to attend this free professional learning conference. We are also now calling for proposals for our Iowa STEM Summit on November 6th, also at the Iowa Event Center in Des Moines. This event, as you know, brings together hundreds of educators, business and industry leaders, nonprofits, trade organizations, elected officials, and importantly, student perspectives. And our proposals will be accepted through July 29th for presentations, panelists, and roundtable discussions across all STEM disciplines and content areas and grade bands. And then very briefly, we've got a host of professional learning that is kicking off. We have a new partnership with Green Hills AEA to provide elementary focused computer science professional learning. We will have a virtually provided workshop webinar series for participants to identify how computer science naturally connects to literacy, math, and patterning. And they'll be able to use actionable and developmentally appropriate ways to embed computer science into their current instruction and educational program. And then we expect they'll leave with concrete lesson ideas and some classroom ready strategies. Those workshops will begin on June 8th through 12th, and registration closes soon, next Friday, April 24th. We are also launching a Preschool Foundations Summer Professional Development 2-day opportunity. It's called Preschool Foundations High Quality Universal Tier in Preschool. It's going to be held June 9th through 10th, and it will address the essential elements in high quality preschool programs. So relationships, assessment, planning, teaching, and involving families, and then ultimately showing how these critical elements together create a high quality universal tier in preschool programs, and is of course offered at no cost with license renewal credit available. And then as we continue to celebrate America 250, our educator webinar series is continuing to progress. The latest webinar was held this Tuesday in partnership with the Florida Joint Center for Citizenship Lou Frey Institute, and covered our founding principles in the U.S. Constitution. And then our next and our last webinar in the series is in partnership with Iowa PBS. It is held on May 7th from 4 to 5 p.m. and it will focus on Iowa PBS's support of America 250, centering on Artifact Iowa. Each of the Artifact Iowa episodes focuses on a single artifact and then unpacks the human story behind that artifact, revealing moments of innovation, resilience, creativity, and change. And of course, recordings of all of our prior webinars and our resources are available on our Iowa America 250 webinar series and recordings webpage.
That's very cool.
Thank you. We're proud of it. And then related to school nutrition and wellness, our Bureau of Nutrition and Health Services is hosting a free conference soon on April 21st at DMAC's FFA Enrichment Center. It will cover the nutrition needs of school-age children and nutrition education in the classroom, physical activity, physical education, and adapted physical education, and then classroom activities to support wellness and strategies to make the entire school campus a healthy and engaging learning environment. And then very briefly, we've got 3 quick standards updates. You will be reviewing for the first time the Iowa Quality Preschool Program Standards for a first read as a part of today's agenda. This follows the review of external stakeholders and early childhood experts, public comment, public forums, and then our 2 teams, our review team and our revision team. We will also look forward to the Iowa Early Learning Standards revision being presented to the state board for a first read in its May meeting, following its first revision team, public comment survey, and public forums. And then the second review team, which we've recently convened to analyze the actionable public feedback and make proposed changes reflected in the draft presented to the state board. And then thirdly, the first revision team's work on the computer science, data science, and artificial intelligence standards will conclude in April. The department will then seek public comment and will engage in public forums, and then we'll convene the second review team prior to presenting the second proposed revised draft to the state board for consideration per our standard process. And then briefly, we've got 2 awards to celebrate. We've recently, in partnership with the Child Development Coordinating Council, awarded 21 grants in 15 counties for the Shared Visions Preschool Program. An application can now represent multiple locations or classrooms. So these grants will provide funding for services to 92 preschool classrooms across the state. And they offer 5 years of support for Iowa schools and programs serving preschool children who meet certain at-risk criteria. And then following a successful pilot program last year, our Bureau of STEM has recently awarded 17 STEM Best Program model schools, a total of just over $300,000, to help bring real-world STEM learning opportunities to our students over the summer. This is called STEM Best Explore, and it provides an opportunity for existing STEM Best program models to extend that work-based learning and that career-connected learning to students into the summer. And then as a quick reminder, we talked about this last month, but our applications for our 6th round of therapeutic classroom incentive grants are currently open. That will be closing on May 1st. All of the instructions, grant application materials, and additional information for this cycle are on our webpage. But as a reminder, this grant provides public school districts the support to establish therapeutic classrooms or expand those for learners ages 3 through 21 whose emotional, social, or behavioral needs interfere with their ability to be successful in their current educational environment. With that, any questions before we dive into teacher quality and innovation?
Proceed.
Okay, briefly, we were excited to recently release our high school graduation rates for the graduating class of 2025. Our state data shows that 88.8% of students in Iowa's class of 2025 graduated within 4 years, which represents a 0.5 percentage point increase from the class of 2024. And then as a reminder, the class of 2024 was the first time our grad rates had matched those before the pandemic for the class of 2019. This is the first year for the class of 2025 that graduation rates have exceeded that, up 0.5 percentage points from the class of 2019 as well. That means that in our class of 2025, nearly 1,000 more Iowans earned their high school diploma, which is a powerful accomplishment that ultimately positions them to earn more and to learn more. And then through the hard work of our students, families, and educators, we've also made significant progress in narrowing graduation rate gaps experienced by students with disabilities, students with low-income backgrounds, and students who are experiencing homelessness. Our grad rates are up 1.6 percentage points for students with disabilities, which is a gain 3 times higher than our overall gain. It's up 1 percentage point for students from low income backgrounds, which is again 2 times higher than our overall gain. And then it's up 4.9 percentage points for students experiencing homelessness, which is 10 times higher than our overall gains. Our grad rates for both male and female students increased, but the graduation rate for females continues to outpace that of males by 3.4 percentage points. Students who are Black or African American also experienced gains that are 5 times higher than our overall gains, up 2.5 percentage points. And then our graduation rates for students who are English learners did decline 1.2 percentage points, underscoring the continued importance of our investment in both current and future teachers supporting English learners through improved professional learning and preparation. These gains in our continued work reflect our collective focus on accountability for learner outcomes, and then also our steadfast commitment to empowering all learners to meet high expectations. There is in this space also a significant legislative update related to student enrollment count dates. So starting next school year, Senate File 2201 enacted important changes to how student enrollment is counted and funded. First, it creates 2 count dates, both the existing October 1st count date and a new January 15th count date. It utilizes for the 27-28 school year a new funding calculation that is based on the average of these 2 counts. So the October 1, 2026 count and the January 15th, 2027 count. It also, informed by district feedback, shifts the payment schedule to quarterly beginning on July 1, 2026 for the 26-27 school year. So payments will occur for this coming school year on July 15th, 2026, then October 15th, then January 15th, 2027, and then April 15th, 2027. And then it also puts in department release timelines and district resolution windows. So the department is now legally required to release the data within 30 days from the October 15th deadline, and then 21 days from the January 30th deadline. And then districts will have a strict 5-day statutory window from notification of an error or dispute to voluntarily resolve that dispute or data discrepancy. And of course, because of these expectations established in statute, we are working with districts to prioritize data cleanliness and accuracy prior to those submission deadlines.
So with all of that, I'm assuming we'll have new rules follow to implement that, or?
That's still something that we're working through, whether or not rules need updated. We've been focused on providing immediate information and technical assistance to the field right now.
How's that being received through?
I think one piece of feedback has been the idea to, in addition to providing virtual sessions, to also provide in-person regionally based sessions. So we're working to make that work too.
Are schools happy with these date changes and funding date changes?
I don't know that we could speak on the collective.
Okay. Yeah.
I would know. The only thing I hear from the field is that when there's new laws coming into play through the rulemaking process, it takes a while for things to work through. And by the time they get it,
They're late.
they're late as far as trying to implement. So I'm not sure what the confusion will or will not. I have no idea, but I just know that that's always a concern when things are passed by the legislature for an action or action starting July 1st and rules aren't in place until whatever. It's the world we live. Yes.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
Thank you. And then just the last component in this division is related to the Bureau of Educational Examiners. We're continuing to offer free training on ethics in education. Those are in-person presentations on the Iowa Code of Professional Conduct for school staff, offered by our executive director, Mike Cabin, and our board attorney, Beth Myers. They can be scheduled into an existing professional learning day to cover the 8 professional standards, examples of violations, and protections for school staff. Any additional questions before we shift into special education briefly? Okay. The first component is related to our Unified Special Education Accountability Framework, which we've talked about a few times. We have put out our statewide survey that just closed on April 10th, seeking input on the state's proposed options to align our different state and federal special education accountability systems into a single unified IDEA, so Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Special Education Accountability System. And then that new unified IDEA, Special Education Accountability System, will aim to streamline designations to school districts so that they only receive one special education accountability designation each year that meets both state and federal requirements. And then our divisions of special education and pre-K through 12 learning are working closely to ensure that that is aligned to our 2024 unified ESSA school accountability system, or our Iowa School Performance Profiles, so that schools and school districts have coordinated special education and school improvement plans. And then the feedback will inform any final updates to the new unified IDEA Special Education Accountability System, with additional updates forthcoming to the board. And then we continue to provide our special education policy and practice webinar series, with one held last week that was focused on FAPE special requests and how IEP teams should respond to and consider a variety of parent requests, including topics such as transportation, health, and related services. And then that session also covered recent case law to support the administrative application of IDEA requirements. And then looking forward, our next policy and practice webinar is focused on dispute resolution on May 13th. All of our reportings, materials, resources are, as always, available on our policy and practice webinar webpage for both this school year and last school year's series. And then we are offering our third webinar in a series of support for accredited non-public schools serving students with disabilities. That was occurring yesterday on April 15th. And the latest session will occur on May 20th, focused on IEPs covering discipline, behavior, and manifestation determination. And then finally, administrators are encouraged to start planning to register for the school year 26-27 professional learning cohorts for administrators who are new to special education and for new or conditionally endorsed special education teachers. Both of these courses will provide foundational content knowledge in special education policies and procedures, as well as our framework for SDI, or specially designed instruction. And they will include sessions for participants to network with colleagues and to discuss the application of learned skills. And we're launching registration very soon. And then the last component, as a reminder, we are also launching our new Special Education Directors Institute this summer, with additional information forthcoming. Any questions before we conclude with the Division of Higher Education? Okay. So just yesterday, we celebrated the Build My Future annual event at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. CTE Bureau Chief Gail Hutchings and a number of our CTE leadership team members were on hand for this career immersive experience that showcases career opportunities to Iowa high school students. In fact, over 7,300 Iowa high school students from over 160 schools across Iowa attended this experience that showcased 120 businesses and industries spanning manufacturing, healthcare, law enforcement, military, ag, construction, automotive, IT, cybersecurity, and much more. And then there was also a registered apprenticeship signing day at the event where 30 students formally committed to careers in the trades, joining employers for apprenticeships. As a reminder, our next round of CAF, Career Academy Incentive Fund Awards, is open and closes tomorrow on April 17th. Those grants are spearheaded by Governor Reynolds back in 2019 and administered by the department to create and support partnerships between school districts and our community colleges to expand career academy programs with a focus on programming that's delivered through regional centers. And it must include partnerships between at least one school district and at least one community college. And then very briefly, we shared at our last meeting that the department has been working with the governor's office and IWD, Iowa Workforce Development, to implement Workforce Pell. The State Workforce Development Board Executive Committee met earlier this week to consult on Workforce Pell policies and procedures. And then our Iowa team is also attending NGA, the National Governors Association's Workforce Pell Readiness Academy, in May. And beginning on April 1st, Iowa was really proud to launch the first in the nation application for these short-term in-demand post-secondary programs seeking to serve students with low-income backgrounds through the new federal workforce Pell Grants, which is, of course, a critical milestone to supporting an outcomes-driven coordinated post-secondary workforce system that advances economic mobility for all Iowans. The department and IWD are collecting and vetting applications now with the deadline of May 15th for consideration so that the governor can submit eligible programs to the U.S. Department of Education on July 1st, 2026. And our shared goal is to do everything that we can to streamline the program vetting and application process so that schools can spend more time operationalizing Workforce Pell on their respective campuses. Any questions before a quick update on other boards and additional meetings that will occur? Okay, just very briefly, BOE met on the 13th of March. The Social Studies Essential Elements Revision Team met on March 17th. Our Community College Advisory Committee met on April 3rd, and SEEP, our Special Education Advisory Panel, met on April 10th. Looking forward, BOE will meet tomorrow, April 17th. Iowa Dyslexia Council will meet on April 23rd. The IRRC, Iowa Reading Research Center Advisory Council, meets on April 29th. ICA's Board of Commissioner, Iowa College Aids Board of Commissioners, meets on May 1st. And then the Post-Secondary Attainment Institute meets on May 9th. And then to conclude, last week we had the opportunity to join the Keystone AEA Superintendent's meeting and had the opportunity to engage in a couple of school visits in West Delaware, where we joined Superintendent Jen Vance, Lambert Elementary Principal Rudy Hamister, and then High School Principal Matt Savari, as well as other district leaders and a number of incredible educators. We visited second and third grade classrooms to observe evidence-based literacy instruction that's aligned to the science of reading. The district has made evidence-based literacy instruction a top priority and has now engaged every elementary teacher in Letters professional development and completed that process and has experienced really high ELA early proficiency rates as well as growth. And then we also toured the welding, automotive, and culinary classrooms in the high school, learning how the instructors support all students with registered apprenticeships and other meaningful work-based learning experiences and opportunities to earn an industry-recognized credential while in high school. They are designated as a high-performing school on our Iowa School Performance Profiles and earned an amazing 100% work-based learning attainment rate for students participating in a high quality work-based learning experience. So it was a great visit. And with that, I'm happy to engage any remaining questions that you might have.
Questions for the director? Thank you as always for.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Next item on the agenda is the Community College Advisory Committee update. Cass, is that you?
I think so. I think
All right.
so. Let me grab my notes here. Hold on one second. The team met on Friday, April 3rd, and we had a fantastic meeting. I want to thank Abe for filling in for me as I was recovering from shoulder surgery. So we had an opportunity to discuss a great promising practice from Southeastern Community College. They are, they've deployed student success teams, which have definitely helped improve student retention and increase student support focused on collaboration among faculty and staff. The use of the teams have helped improve student orientation and onboarding and has helped resolve other student barriers. And within the Community College Advisory packet, there's a great summary of all the promising practices, which we can certainly provide to the Board of Education to learn more about the promising practice. The rest of our agenda was focused on really robust discussion around a lot of the pre-file legislation. So leading on Workforce Pell, which Director Snow just talked about, the legislation around Pathways Matter, and then some general recommendations around expanded summer concurrent enrollment opportunities, improved career and academic planning advising, CTE credit transfer, and Career Academy technical clarification. And then finally, the meeting wrapped with the discussion around adding a student member, which you all know is something I'm incredibly passionate about and is something that the committee has decided to move forward with pursuing. So that will be a topic of discussion at our next meeting, which is May 10th. Abe, anything I missed?
Nope. Good. It was good. It was my first one. A lot of legislation.
That time of year.
Yep.
Cass, did you get any initial details as far as how a student member would be selected at all?
I think the discussion was really preliminary, John. I think that we'll probably dig into more of that at the next meeting.
Okay. All right. Any questions for our Community College Advisory Committee? Then, thank you for meeting and serving and leading that group. We appreciate that. Item 3 on our agenda is the consent agenda, which includes the March 13th meeting minutes and rules for Chapter 120. Note that there was no public comment received on the rules. The adopted rules are identical to the noticed rules. I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Brooke and seconded by Mary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Item 4 on the agenda is Eastern Iowa Community College Paraprofessional Program. Welcome, Lindsay.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Harrison, and I am on the Educator Quality Team in the Division of Teacher Quality and Innovation. And today we have Eastern Iowa Community College representatives with us on the screens. And we have Miss Emily Gaskill, who is the Education Instructor and Education Practicum Coordinator, and also Casey Luders Jennings, who is the Department Chair of Early Childhood and Education Instructor. And probably in the blurry background, it's Dr. Julie Hauer, who's the Dean of the Professional Programs, is also joining. And they will share a few things about the program in a moment. But the review was conducted collaboratively with the members of the Educator Quality Team and representatives from the Bureau of Educational Examiners. So this is a new paraeducator program that they're proposing to add. They have an existing education pathway within their Associates of Arts degree that serves students who will continue on to 4-year institutions to become teachers. The courses are offered at EICC campuses and also in high schools as a part of their teacher prep career academy. So in this proposal, they've reworked the content of their existing courses so that those enrolled in the courses will also meet the requirements to obtain a paraeducator certificate. They did this to address a workforce need in Eastern Iowa and the opportunity to give students a steady income as they progress through their teacher education pathway. So now I'd like to briefly walk you through what each standard that we evaluated measures and share what we found. The review focused on standards from chapter 24 and 80, which explain what's required for paraeducator preparation programs. So the first standard is related to organizational resources. It measures whether the unit has sufficient organizational structures, staffing, and resources in place to support a high-quality program. Looks at technology access, support for clinical experiences, and how input from an advisory committee is used. We found that Eastern Iowa Community Colleges, organizations, and resources are designed to support the paraeducator candidates in meeting state standards. They have an existing program that's functioning well. And this program going in as a part of that will work nicely. The candidates are introduced to resources during an orientation and have access to ongoing support, including tutoring and help from a practical coordinator who helps with observation, transportation, and childcare needs. They also have resources like a clothing closet and foundation support bus passes are available to help reduce barriers and support student success. Because the paraeducator component of the program is new, the review team worked closely with EICC to make sure they had established documented roles for program oversight of the paraeducator component. The current program for teachers provides comprehensive resources and support, and we are confident the paraeducator pathway will also be well supported. The second standard is about diversity. And this focuses on how the unit supports candidates in developing skills to work effectively with all populations of students and meeting the needs of all candidates who want to become paraeducators. We found the EICC ensures its paraeducator preparation program welcoming and reflective of the communities it serves by using thoughtful recruitment practices, the partnerships with local schools. They have courses held at high schools and also having policies that support access for all candidates. Through the student supports that I mentioned earlier, also including advising, tutoring, mental health resources, flexible scheduling, also have professional learning for faculty and provide an environment where paraeducator candidates can thrive. The third standard is faculty. This standard measures that the teaching faculty are appropriately qualified and that their alignments match with their areas of expertise. And it also ensures the institution has a process to make sure the faculty teach the appropriate content in the courses. We found that EICC holds the faculty accountable for classroom observations. They have pre and post observation meetings and professional development expectations. Education department coordinator serves as a liaison for those in high school concurrent classes, visiting schools, discussing curriculum, providing professional development, evaluating instructors. So just making sure across sites, everything is coordinated and lined up. EICC instructors are former or current K-12 teachers who have worked extensively with paraeducators, and there's a good process in place for determining qualifications of instructors. The fourth standard is about assessment, program assessment and evaluation. This standard examines how the unit makes sure that candidates are successfully meeting the standards. This makes sure that programs have a weighted check, make sure assessments are valid, fair, and used for continuous improvement. It requires feedback graduates to evaluate real-world readiness. So Eastern Iowa Community College modified their program learning outcomes when they were adjusting for the addition of the paraeducator pathway because the program is new. The review team asked questions to help them develop a thoughtful process for conducting surveys in accordance with the requirement in 80.11.4. And in all, the EICC has established clear standards of performance for paraeducator candidates and a good assessment process to ensure that the candidates demonstrate knowledge, skills, and dispositions necessary to support effective classroom instruction. And the fifth standard, the final one, is clinical practice. This standard looks at the opportunities that the students have to go into the clinical and gain quality and relevant experiences. It requires candidates complete supervised placements in school settings, and they have opportunities to observe, apply, and be evaluated on their skills. We found that EICC exceeds the standard minimum requirement of 10 hours for the state approved standard because their candidates complete a total of 65 hours, and 10 of those are specifically related to the paraeducator piece of things. So overall, the desk review confirmed that Eastern Iowa Community College is collaborating with districts in its area and working across campuses and is well poised to offer a strong opportunity for those in their program to obtain a paraeducator license. They completed a thorough application, and based on the findings of the we recommend a full approval of the program through the academic year 2033-34. And I'm going to turn it over to the program to share a few thoughts.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Emily Gaskill. I'm an education instructor here at Eastern Iowa Community College, and I'm also the education practicum coordinator. And a few highlights that I want to share that we are really excited about is that this program provides a opportunity for our students to earn while they learn, is what we're phrasing it as. So after just 1 year of college, if they take both courses included in this program, they could begin working as a paraeducator. And then after they complete their AA degree with us, they could apply for their substitute authorization and have 2 different opportunities to be working in the field as they continue their pathway towards becoming a licensed teacher. In addition, our Teacher Education Academy is for high school juniors and seniors, and students that complete the Teacher Preparation Academy will end their they'll graduate high school with 21 college credits and their paraeducator generalist certificate. So they could begin working as a para and gain some experience in the classroom or continue on in pursuing their degree, but also be able to earn while they are learning. So those are a few things we're really excited about. I also want to note that this year alone, we had 33 active paraeducators enrolled in our 2 courses. And so just the need to continue to provide quality education to both future educators and those that are already working as paras, we're very, very excited about here in Eastern Iowa.
Good morning. My name
30
is Kate.
Excuse me. 33 is a really healthy number, isn't it?
Yeah.
Emily?
Yes, we believe so. In total, this year, we had 254 students enrolled in these 2 courses. And so there's a lot of education students taking these classes, and 33 of the 254 are paraeducators, mostly in the Clinton area, the Quad Cities, and Muscatine.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Casey Luters Jennings, and I'm the department coordinator for the education department and also for early childhood at EICC. And one thing that I wanted to add to what Emily said was in anticipation of having this program next year, we've done some outreach with local districts to talk about pilot programs that we might provide for their paras who are already working in the classroom. We saw a big spike when the TPRA grant was here in this area. And since it's moved on, those people who are working as paras who might want to go to class either don't have the means for it or their schedules don't match. And so we thought this would be a great way to set up a program with local districts where we do like a hybrid where the students come and they might join a cohort and join their like peers as they learn for a year, and they take both of these classes, and maybe they go to class for 1 day a week with their cohort, and then they do the rest of their coursework online. And we thought that that would be a really great situation for them, because these paras usually are very busy. They might have families. It's hard for them to go to class in person, but we know that they would benefit from the structure and from seeing and learning from their peers as well, and having a point person as their instructor to help them through these classes. And that's also a way Emily will work with those paras who are in that program to use some of their work in the classroom as their observation hours and help them get other experiences too, so they can see other people working in the field. And that's just a really great situation for our area to make sure that we have highly qualified people in the classroom, and also to kind of help grow our own and help these people on the path to become teachers if they so desire. And if they don't, they'll just have more tools for their toolkit while they're in the classroom with our students. So we're really excited about this program.
Thank you. Are there other comments from Eastern Iowa or from the board?
Good numbers.
Really good numbers, great program.
Yeah. Good.
John, I have a comment or question, and maybe the people from Eastern Iowa CC could address it. The last sentence under faculty standards talks about there's a process for determining appropriate qualifications for instructors, and then I note there's the last sentence of clinical practice standards talks about there was also some work on the policy related to the process for verifying that cooperating educators hold appropriate credentials. Could someone just comment, maybe the elevator version of what that means? How are the standards determined for the sort of the teachers of the paras, and
absolutely,
and evaluating that, whether it's appropriate or not?
Yes, absolutely. Eastern Iowa Community College follows all of the state standards for faculty qualifications, and that process is basically that as we hire on, and of course we do a review as standards change over the years of our current faculty, but as we hire new faculty on, we ensure that they have the educational standards. We collect transcripts. We ensure that, that they have those qualifications needed to teach our students. We also do that with our concurrent instructors as well. So we ensure that all of the high school teachers have the same qualifications. And yes, and our adjuncts.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I have a follow comment, a question for Lindsay. Is the recommendation for full approval through 2031-32, or did you say different dates?
It's 7 years.
3.
334. On my notes, different than us.
The board documents is 31-32.
I have it wrong in here, then I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not sure what is right or wrong. I just want to make sure we get the motion and correct.
31-32.
31-32, okay. So the recommendation is for the state board award full approval through the next review scheduled for the 31-32 academic year.
I would so move, John.
Okay, it's been moved by Brian and second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations. Sounds like you got a good program in place there.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you.
All right, item 5 on the agenda is the AEA strategic plan overview.
Here, apologies. Morning.
Good morning. They lock you out, did they?
Well, I couldn't hear from the, I can't remember if you were still talking or come in.
We're getting to be old friends, aren't we?
Still feels like the same chair.
Okay, so today I have Nathan Wood here from Great Prairie AEA, but he is here representing the AEA system to talk about their strategic plan. And he is doing a first presentation on the strategic plan, and then he will come back in June for the board to actually approve the strategic plan in its final version.
Okay.
So this is the same document that was in the packet. But if you'd like there for paper copy, there is a copy. So appreciate your time today and an update here on our proposed strategic plan. So this just kind of started as a collaboration again between all 9 AEAs, our boards of directors and administrators across the state to really actualize our statewide vision, mission, goals, and core values. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about each of those today. As you know, our system's changed in the last couple of years. Really a refocus on special education services, launching our centers of excellence, and then launching a fee-based program with partnership with our public and accredited non-public schools across our agencies, the Department of Education, and then other statewide stakeholders to really focus on how can we impact the PK through 12 system. The first step was really defining our mission. So just in a mission, a concise statement, identifying what we do, who we serve, and really the DNA of our system. In our mission here is to deliver high quality, evidence-based strategic services to our educational partners to meet the needs of students and really focus on how do we impact students and have a positive impact on the educators that work with them. The vision piece really coming back to serve as what's that inspirational strategic decision to unify team members and build a shared purpose. So Iowa AEA's educational partners embedded into the schools, and that's a focus of us to make sure that we're embedded into their schools and school-based services to really thrive in the educational landscape of Iowa and ensure that we meet the needs of all students so they have to reach their full potential, similar to the state board's vision. And then a piece that we added also was around core values. So we came up with the acronym of CARES. So collaborative, accountable, relationships, excellence, and sustainability. How do we make sure that in everything we do, we carry through that acronym and those core values? Onto the backside of the page, we really get into what are the 3 goal areas. So we believe that if we serve, support, and impact schools through these goal areas, we had a lot of discussion around how do we refine goals and focus on and not try to do everything. I think this kind of takes us back to January of 24. How do we focus on the primary mission of the system? And how do we promote classroom or support teachers, but also make sure it gets back to how do we focus on students? And the first goal is around promoting safe, orderly, and welcoming learning environments. So we've got a couple actions there that we want to make sure that if we do these things, then we believe that we'll be able to promote safe, orderly, and welcoming learning environments. Take a little bit of a bird walk here and some research that I recently talked about and comes back to this plan is, Fullen's research really goes back to the investment in human capital. So we believe that, if we promote the promotion of system-wide learning, and then you prioritize that teaching and learning build the capacity. And I think the key is something that we've continually talked about at the system is we want to make sure that we're there to support and can create the sustainability of implementation. So as professionals, as educators, as school leaders, we've all been in a situation probably where we went to a conference, we go to a professional development, we go back to work the next day and there's 15,000 things you missed the day before, and you go back to the same whirlwind of the work. So in our role, we're really focusing, how do we make sure that change is sustained and implemented so you can see actionable results in the classroom, and providing that ongoing coaching and consulting and support. The professional development that we've done in the past or that we've always done still exists, but how do we focus on sustaining change? And that's a key component, I think, to all three of these goals, but specifically when we're talking about learning environments and supporting student behavior. The second goal is really around promoting excellence and closing the achievement gaps. So this goes down to the foundational mission of the agency and the origination back 50 years ago, and providing special education supports. We're really focusing on the impact the AA can have to provide related services supports around such as SLPs, speech language pathologists, occupational therapy, physical therapists, teachers of deaf and hard of hearing, all those related service areas, along with providing the consultation and support that we provide to special education teachers, where districts are responsible for providing instruction in academics and behavior and adaptive behavior. But how do we make sure that we're supporting those teachers to make sure that they're providing high quality research-based practices and their instructional approach matched to student need? And it's not the same thing that you may have done every year as a special education teacher. The second component to this is, again, providing professional development based on the Department of Education approved professional development courses. And then our third goal broad goal here is implement measures to ensure consistent quality in the AEA services. So as you know, that in the last couple of years, we've had some significant changes now with an implementation of a fee-based services in the general education area. We want to make sure that when we provide professional development or we provide coaching and consultation or implementation support, one, it's high quality and value added, because if it's not, experts won't buy that, or districts won't buy that. They'll look to other experts. With that being said, districts have the choice to engage with another entity or not prioritize that specific content area. So barriers such as funding or not prioritizing a specific standard, those are some barriers that we are going to continue to face in the general education fee-based programs. But Iowa AEAs, we're really focused on how do we maximize to ensure that it's high quality. So when districts do choose, we have a success story to tell of District X. Here's what we did in District X. When we go through district service planning, here's the same need you may have in District Y, and here's the success story of how we've created and improved student achievement or impacted teacher instruction in the districts where we participated. And then in this one, also just taking those required and recommended actions and implement change to ensure we're of high quality, consistent services. So next steps upon bringing this to the board today and approval from the board over the next couple months is to continue, to build high quality service plans, implementation of our centers of excellence. So we're being as efficient as possible across the state to implement, and we don't have 9 agencies all working on the same thing, trying to be as efficient as possible, and responding to feedback. Looking at local context and local success stories and how do we replicate that using the professional development model. We recognize that the work in these, no matter what the numbers say, the work is never done. Even at in the district, we say when you get to 80%, you really hit, well, there's still 20% of your kids that may not be proficient, even when you get to that 80% benchmark. So the work is never done, and continuing to refine and just maintain that school improvement mindset. Looking at statewide data, looking at impact or delta change of districts that have chose to engage with the agencies in specific content areas. And again, how do you tell that story of here's what we did in District X or X, Y, and Z, and maybe go to District A, B, and C and say, hey, we believe you have the same needs. Your data shows based on your student data, you have similar needs. And how can we bring that success to your district or that support to your district? And then just really, how do you replicate that across the state for those success stories in districts and various agencies? I'll pause here if there are questions, and then happy to go through any specifics of the plan.
So with the goals, I'm assuming that each AEA will be reporting out what their efforts were in relation to these three goals.
Yeah, so this being what we've kind of called development of year zero of based on or upon board approval. When we come back, I expect similar, close to a year from now, we would have baseline data and year one progress data to say, here's how it looks across each of the 9 AEAs. And specifically, how does it look from districts that have participated in specific content areas versus districts who have either not engaged or prioritized other standards, and then taking that data to look at how can we replicate that. So I think there could be AEA level data and also some similar to the state board, some statewide data of progress.
So one of my questions is how kind of piggybacking on John's question. So how will that be assessed? What type of tool through the AEAs? Is it going to be a unified type of assessment data collection or
So
each individual AEA or?
Yeah, so I think there's a need, we've talked about, not just I think, but we've talked about the need to be consistent in data reports. So at the beginning of the year, providing data sets from the PK that are available through the department and through our statewide collections, such as, when you look at learning environment, you would have, number of suspensions, you would have number of professional developments provided. How do those correlate between districts that have engaged and not engaged? We would also have early childhood outcomes for early access and early childhood. And then I think there's also a need to be, I think it's the pendulum kind of swings. If you're all different and then you swing over here to be all the same, then there's how do you become? So I think it's finding that medium of statewide data, but also some local data. So if someone is doing something really good in a pocket of the state, how do we replicate that data and show here's an AEA specific data set that may not be being replicated across the system, but there may be a need in Great Prairie or in Sigourney or wherever it is. And how can we take that how can we use that data from District X, take it to another district and say, hey, this is a way for you to meet your student needs.
And which kind of leads me to my next question. What happens where AEA is struggling in certain areas compared to another AEA? How we collaborate with that?
Yeah, so I think this is probably the power of a silver lining and a power that we've talked through the centers of excellence. We now are talking about how do you take something that's working really well in district and maybe a data set that there's a really high proficiency or a high set of scores in one agency. And now we have a system where we're having conversations, I guess is what I would say, around how do you replicate that? If it's really good at Heartland, how does Great Prairie tackle that same challenge? Because we know many of our kids have the same challenges, even though there are some differences from one agency to the next. So we are having more collaborative conversations and know that there is a need to have an impact. I think in a very broad statement, I would say, how can you expect different results by doing the same thing you've always done, right? That's the mindset, I think, is how do we do things differently to have a positive impact?
Well,
Does that answer your
now
question?
you're in a competitive environment, right? You're competing with outside sources that districts now have the opportunity to contract with.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's a whole different environment. And do you have the wherewithal to understand that environment and keep pace with what else is happening with other organizations that are providing those services?
Yeah. So one of the things I would, that's related to the strategic plan, but is also just conversations that we continually to have is in an environment where you have to ensure on the fee-based side that, it's sustainable on a financial or fiscal perspective. How do you maximize future of how do you make sure that you're innovative? Because if you wait for a district to say they have a need, it's too late. Somebody else in the private sector is already invested in innovative in what's coming. So we are now partnering across this and having conversations around how can we make sure that if there is a practice or a need we believe is coming. So I'm going to use an example of artificial intelligence. There's not a lot of research based around artificial intelligence to necessarily say it's research based, but we know the districts and students are using artificial intelligence now. So how do we get in front of and provide ongoing or high quality, value added professional learning in that content area that can potentially be used across the state. If I were to do that at Great Prairie, I don't have the capacity or the financial, I don't want to say leeway to do that individually, but when all 9 AEAs compile to work together, we'll be able to be more innovative and stay in front with the private sector. It has changed significantly. I think, when I started in this role with the agency, it was what's best for kids, and then you figured out how to do it. Now, I think on the fee-based side, it is what do districts need? What does their data set say? And then do you have districts that are willing to engage? Because if you don't have districts who are prioritizing that, you could dump a bunch of resources in it and then districts say, well, I love that, but we're really focusing on something else. So how do you make sure that you have I don't want to say make money, but how do you ensure that you have the resource investment is going to have districts need that and they're going to purchase that moving forward. It's a little bit different than it was of, district asked for it. Then you said, yeah, we can help you meet that need.
Do you plan on putting in place maybe a data collection manager of all of the 9 AEAs so that someone is kind of paying attention, just relying on whoever the chief is appointed to do that reporting back?
Yep. So that's a great question. We have a data team is what I'll call it. It's probably not the official term of what it should be called. A data team that is comprised of expert across each of the agents or several of the agencies. Some agencies share the data person where they work together on local data sets and then also internal data sets of how does this data set compare from one AEA to the next AEA, but then from district to district. And we are using those to kind of guide our district service plans. So in the infancy of district plans, we would come out and say, what do you need? And now we've really focused on what data shows districts have for needs and really coaching administrators and leaders on your data shows X, Y, and Z. How can we help come make some of this reality of changing your data sets? So looking at data and then making I'm not going to say a fee-based program to support that, not only as just a one day come and get the professional development, but how it is a follow-up of implementation coaching, sustainability coaching from high quality coaches the districts purchase and provide support to their teachers.
Thank you. And then are you in regular communication with your resources through the DE?
Yeah, so at Great Prairie specifically, I think every agency meets monthly with their regional special education director. Probably call her once a week with something. And then we also have a pretty good frequency of meeting with Director Snow and her directors, with the chief administrators twice a month at least, to touch base. So yeah, I feel like, and I think that's kind of the vision of what we've talked about is how do we know there may be some professional development initiative that the department rolls out. How can the AEA ensure that districts stick to the research-based, evidence-based origination or intention of that professional development through ongoing coaching? Because I think I've had situations where we go to a professional development, we come back, and 6 weeks later, I see my teachers and they're all doing it, but they're all doing Mr. A's version, Nathan's version. I kept what I was doing, but I call it what the professional development was. So how can we play value added to the department and the entire statewide partnership to ensure implementation sustainability is back to the not creep. I guess there's not a creep to everyone's little version of an evidence-based practice.
Just to provide a couple of concrete examples. So related to school performance under ESSA, we partner with the AAA system to support our targeted support and improvement schools. So those schools identified based on achievement gaps experienced by student groups, so that those are consistently high quality across TSI identified schools. And then in special education accountability, we partner with the AAA system to provide practice coaching related to the SDI packages that they may be engaging in, the specially designed instruction packages they may be engaging in.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's just that it's a whole new world for you, right? And it's really important that you're all successful, and we want you to be successful.
Thanks.
So I guess one of the questions I have is, for example, with number one, the safe, orderly, and welcoming learning environments. I understand that the AE isn't highly involved day-to-day activities with the schools, but is there, with this goal, is there some type of reporting mechanism where we know how students feel? Is there anything out there that's kind of standardized?
And so in the past, we've had conditions for learning data that district, that we would be able to utilize and compare.
That's pretty cumbersome.
Broad, yeah, broad. I think that the other piece we would talk about is, I'm not sure how we would measure, but we offer, implementation support for district initiatives around creating that environment and how do they not only address, I think a lot of times the talking point comes around aggressive and disruptive student behaviors. But there are also a lot of professional development around, meeting kids' needs around whether it's social emotional, if it's, really around creating that learning environment where every kid feels welcome and that value added. I mean, I think of my time as just as a regional administrator at the agency and working with building principals on how do you make sure that that is at the forefront of whether it's a specific program such as any of character counts or Teach to Heal or whatever it is. How do you roll with that? I think some of the data sets around chronic absenteeism has obviously been a hot topic, and a state initiative and a priority of getting more kids in school. So how can we impact chronic absenteeism and ensuring that we provide districts with resources, strategies to want kids, kids wanting to come to school. Student or the data profile, around that would be my first place where we would start for data. But again, that's a very broad, you're not going to have student specific data.
I think it may be an opportunity maybe to hone in some of those things. And yeah, I like your goals. I like what you're like channeling in on 3 specific areas instead of trying to tackle a multitude of areas that are too cumbersome for you. But somewhere down the road, maybe not year 1 or year 2, but I would personally like to see what does the data say from the schools. And I'm not sure how we get there, but I think it's something that would be worthwhile to explore. How do we know that kids feel safe and welcome? Well, we're providing training. Okay, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's needed. What are the results? And obviously with goal 2, you have the Iowa assessments and there's probably other things that can be used to provide that. And area 3, it might be good for the AEAs to come up with some type of comparable system as far as how they're reporting out, so there's a consistency. So,
Agree.
But yeah, I think it's a good start.
It's a great start.
Great start.
We want you to be successful.
You ready to move forward or any other questions on that agenda items?
Other questions, comments? Thank you, Nathan.
You bet.
So he's here for the second one or the next one also with me. You just get me for quite a bit of time now for your board agenda. So come on up, Abby. So I'm going to shift us into talking about the annual accreditation performance review summaries. And the AEAs are each coming to also do a progress report from their on-site visits last year. So this is when we went and did the accreditation visits, and they each had required and recommended actions that they needed to engage in. So before we dig into your report, I'm going to do a little overview of what we did this year for the annual performance reviews. So for the reviews, each AEA submitted a set of artifacts for each standard area. The department identified a couple artifacts per standard area that the AEA had to submit to the department, and then the AEA could submit 1 or 2 additional artifacts to us for each standard area. And then we had a scoring team come together. So there were 3 people for each standard area assigned to review that standard and the artifacts submitted for that particular standard. The scoring team independently reviewed the artifacts for that standard area, assigned a score using an innovation configuration, which is what President Robbins asked us to create after last year's visit. So instead of just being you met the standard or you didn't meet the standard, now you got a score in this innovation configuration to better show potential growth on that standard area, where we could go with that. And so this is really our first year using this process, obviously. And I would say we all learned a lot in using this process, both on the scoring side of it and ways that we could improve, and also on the AEA side of it, and how we could, I think, probably better submit artifacts and do reflections in the artifacts and how we're providing that evidence. So it was a really good process, though. Scoring went well. Most of the time we were at consensus. I had a set of consensus or scoring rules that we needed to follow, but most of the time we reached consensus pretty quickly. So do you guys have questions about the process that we used at all?
Not the process, but I do appreciate the breakdown of the scoring.
Very much.
Very helpful.
Good. So before I dig into Great Prairie's report, I did want to point out that all of the AEAs have 2 required actions, and they are the same across all of the AEAs.
Saw that.
I know. So the first is in the area of curriculum instruction and assessment. And this is just for the AEAs to submit more evidence to us that they are meeting that standard in all 4 of the content areas identified in the standard. So that would be reading, language arts, math, and science. So they submitted some evidence, but not enough to show that they were providing that curriculum instruction and assessment in all 4 standard areas. So that's one required action for all AEAs. And the other is to complete and submit the IDEA Part B annual performance report back to us. So we will be giving them new data by June 1st. And once that's given to them, they'll have 30 days to give that back to us. Any questions about those 2 required actions for all AEAs? Okay. And then there are several other recommended continuous improvement actions that are common across AEAs. So I thought I would just cover those up front so that I'm not repeating them with every AEA. One of those is to mimic the internal program review or evaluation process that the AEA has created across several of the standard areas, whether that's professional development or management or media services. The AEA has actually created what on paper looks like a very good program review, internal program review process. So one of our common recommendations is start using it, right? You've created this process this year, now engage in using it to evaluate your services. Another one in curriculum instruction and assessment is really continue to implement that multi-tiered system of support services and include a process to monitor tiered instruction and then also get to that impact on students. So not just what are you doing, but what difference is it making for kids? So we can get to that point. And then expand those curriculum instruction and assessment services to other learner groups besides the ones that were included in the standard template artifact. Make sure we're also addressing behavior and functional needs of students, and then look at how you might gather feedback from stakeholders. In standard area number 6 of learning environment, once again, implement a process to monitor learning environment data and use it to guide your continuous improvement efforts. So both implementation data and then also student outcome data. So kind of, you mentioned it and talking in the strategic plan, but what outcome are we getting for what we're doing? How do we know we're actually making a difference for kids? In compliance, number 7, really looking at clear communication structures, within the Part B and Part C service delivery plans, and then evaluating our general supervision efforts. So you may have a plan for general supervision in your AEA, but how are you actually evaluating what that plan looks like? And then having a plan for program evaluation to support that beyond just a few districts. Right now, it looks like AEAs are set up to provide program evaluation services, but it's to a minimal number of districts if districts want it. So how would we look at actually expanding that service? So any questions about those recommendations? All right. And then we have some common strengths that we found across AEAs also. Most of them are in compliance. They really did have consistent Part B and Part C service delivery plans that really outlined how AEAs are ensuring that their reports, their documents, and their internal and external services are being provided and actually monitored. So I think, knowing the special ed group, you probably came together and worked on that and worked on ensuring consistency across the 9 AEAs. And in addition, in area 8 for program evaluation, the system really collaborated to develop a data-driven program review process. In addition, the AEAs developed that internal program review process also that they could be using. And then I know across the 9 AEAs, you all engaged in training staff to engage in the external program review process. There's a varying number of staff that were trained, which speaks to that capacity piece, but every AEA did actually have someone trained to engage in program evaluation. So that's a strength, a strength across them. And then in the area of management services across the 9 AEAs, they established a written process to provide management services. It's, I believe, if I'm remembering this accurately, a 5-step process to address all of the required components of that standard, which is a strength now for them. Prior to this year, it was not a written process at all, and it was a wide variety of answers that you would get when you asked about that management services area. So they've definitely made improvements in that. So good job. Pat, pat. Good job. All right, so now back to Great Prairie. What I will say is in your performance summaries, you'll see a table at the top that lists the ratings that the AEA completed and then also the department ratings, the required actions, the recommended actions, and then the strengths. And what I will do for each AEA is cover a couple of the recommended actions that are unique to that AEA, and then a couple of the strengths that are unique to that AEA, beyond the ones that we've already talked about that cover everyone. And then I'm going to turn it over to the AEA reps to talk about their progress since their on-site visit. So unique to Great Prairie AEA in their recommended action under Standard 2 professional development, they have a pretty strong database process that they use to determine internal professional development learning needs. And one of their recommended actions is to mimic that database process to determine needs for external professional development. In the area of technology and planning services, number 5, one of the ones I wanted to highlight was they have looked at reducing the FTE of support allocated to assistive technology in the agency. So the recommendation about addressing how they're going to think about supporting assistive technology as an agency, if they really do make that reduction down to 0 FTE to support assistive tech. That will be critical for them as they look to the future. And then in standard area number 6, just once again, really implementing that process to monitor learning environment data and using it to guide continuous improvement efforts. It does not seem to be as strong in the agency right now as in some other areas. So that's a recommendation I wanted to highlight for them. And then in strengths, unique to Great Prairie under curriculum, instruction, and assessment, number 3, they have implemented learning and ongoing support using curriculum materials from the University of Florida Literacy Institute that they provided evidence to us that shows it actually resulted in student growth, which was excellent. We love to see when they provide products to us that show a result in student growth. In area 4 for special education services and supports, they use data to identify strengths, needs, and assess growth in early access. And the AEA has a plan to meet the family guided routines-based intervention statewide goals. So that's definitely a strength in their agency. And then also unique to Great Prairie in technology planning services, standard area 5, they held an AT Expo this year in which they were able to provide the department approved access for all content, as well as learning on devices and accessibility support. So definitely some unique strengths in their AEA. So now I'm going to turn it back to Nathan Wood, their chief, and Abby Lynn, who is one of the leads in special education in the agency, to talk about progress they have made on recommended actions. They did not have any required actions from their visit last year. So they are going to talk about progress on recommended actions since their visit last year.
Thank you. And thanks for having us here. I'll introduce Abby again. Abby Lynn. Abby is our administrator of special education related services, speech and language pathologist by trade. I hired Abby my first year as the agency 12 years ago as a new speech pathologist, and she's still there. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about, like Angelisa said, progress we've made since last year's accreditation report, provide you some updates on the growth and progress we feel like we've made since the pilot visit, I guess, was in December of 24.
Yes.
Seems like a long time ago. But in December of 24 to where we're at now in the spring of 2026. So I'll kind of hit the highlights of what we have been doing. And Abby's going to talk a little bit more about next steps and the specifics of what that looks like here in the rest of the spring semester, and then into the fall of 2026 at Great Prairie. Angelisa mentioned referencing the accreditation report from last year. So we did not have any required action. So I'm going to focus in on a couple of the recommended actions that we had last year and how those play into some of the areas where we were designated as a 2 or getting started in this year's accreditation report. So specifically in special education, standard 4, which is still, I guess, on the front side of the outline here, was strengthening child find practices. So we have taken some steps this year to start improving in that. And I think that's where we aligned with in a getting started. Abby and the special education administrators in the state have focused on a consistent child find practice where no matter which agency you're in, you attend a child find orientation, professional development at the beginning of the school year and do that together. We feel like that's greater consistency, not only across our agency, but also ensuring that it's consistent from one agency to the next and what those child find practices look like. We've also focused on aligning our child find efforts with other initiatives such as general education interventions. This is something we've worked deeply with our superintendents and our administrators on, with the help of Angelisa through the department, on how do you ensure that our staff really focus on child find, but don't get into the weeds in specifically related services of providing all the general education interventions that are really the responsibility of the general education teacher. And then the other 2 things I would say is just strengthening documentation and also strengthening implementation supports. So how to, as a special education team member that provides those special education supports, such as special education consultants, school psychologists, and social workers, how are they providing that coaching and ensuring and supporting documentation, but also implementation of, going back to what I said of the strategic plan, implementation of professional learning and making sure that their practices are carried out in the areas that they should, as they were intended to be, and not their own twist or their own version of those things. The next phase of our work is to really center on how do we move from foundational practice to implementation across the agency. And I'm going to let Abby talk just a couple minutes about what those specifics look like for us this spring and into next fall.
Yeah. Okay. No, you're good. So I'll start back to Child Find where Nathan had started there. So like he said, we worked to align with the statewide new staff Child Find. So we provided that to all of our new staff this year. Since we did not have a required action to have all of our staff engage in the new Child Find training, we still wanted to take an opportunity to make that more robust for veteran staff that we have. So all of our special education staff have engaged in a coaching and application opportunity, what we call a content collaboration Zoom. So that's held monthly, and it aligns to the problem solving model that's out of the Child Find training. And it really goes in depth to their content area. So it's led by a content lead expert. And so they get to problem solve around what Child Find looks like and what problem solving looks like for their content. So an audiologist is supporting our other audiologist, speech pathologist, behavior. So we're really kind of honing in that way. So a goal of ours then is to see how has that worked. So we're collecting both some fidelity and some feedback data this spring to understand, have we made an impact in how we are engaging in Child Find? Are we feeling more confident in how we're doing that? And how does that drive our professional learning for next year? I know some feedback that I've heard so far is we've learned deep in our content. Now we want to come back together and further our teaming approaches. So I really look forward to that opportunity for Child Find next year in special education. Like Nathan said, we've worked hard in that general education intervention space, specifically with our related service providers, and spent a lot of time in professional learning, helping them understand what is their role and how they can better coach and support teachers so that it's not just a light switch that we're turning off with teachers. And it's really led to some critical conversations with our superintendents and with our district administrators. The last area in special education that we've spent some time on this year is really trying to establish what does a data review cycle look like for us. And so that's where we see like we are getting started in this work. So we've spent some time looking at the Iowa School Performance Profile and identifying, I believe our recommendation talked about high risk districts. So we've really looked at who has higher rates of special education eligibility. And so how can we go back then in the next year and really try to hone in on some of those districts and identify how we need to change our supports, how we need to provide further professional learning or collaboration. So we're excited about all of the things in special education.
I'll talk briefly because I'm guessing we're probably over time already. Compliance was a second area of a standard where we wanted to highlight of where we're in the getting started phase. This is something that the agency had a self-report the same as the department. We know we have some work to do in this area, and specifically around not making an excuse. When we shrunk our administrative team, we cut some of that out of special education. So one of the ways we plan to address this over the next year is to onboard an administrator of special education district services who will be working with district supports and ensuring that, coming back to some of the recommendations on ensuring that we have clear communication structures and also an evaluation plan to determine how is general compliance and general supervision being completed in the districts. And then really trying to formalize that compliance structure to make sure we're making systemic data informed decisions and not just, everything's good, right? If everything's good in our district or in my district, does the AEA dig into that or they just take my word for it? So making sure we have those systems in place. Anything you want to add?
Just with compliance, that's definitely a spot where we've partnered with our regional special education director. So we've really tried to understand what's our role in general supervision versus the departments versus the districts, and how do we proactively monitor that data. So that's a weekly partnership that I think that we talk about with our regional special education director. And we did establish a procedures coordinator position this year that has some dedicated FTE to really helping us with this monitoring cycle. So again, it's a getting started. We're laying that foundation, but we feel strongly that we can have a good cycle going by next year.
And the last is probably program evaluation. I was mentioned in here as some recommendations and also some strengths. We really believe that this has been a value added approach to how to, instead of how are things are going good. We're looking at district data now and bringing that back to the districts on here's how the data shows that you're really going in each of the content areas related to curriculum instruction assessment and special education and all across all three tiers. So really using that program evaluation, I think now is how do we evaluate our own internal progress instead of just heart data, using some concrete data on the progress that we're making, and then using that same structure externally to support districts and program evaluation of their programs in better position to make data decisions, database decisions, and increase our service delivery success across all of our districts.
So we did take our recommendation from last year around how we had really strong internal professional learning and we were using data-driven planning. And so we've piloted some district profiles as part of our district service plan meetings this year. And we think that's a really good opportunity to utilize that internal program review to see, okay, we pulled this data together. Here's the services you're engaging in. And were those the right services? Did they help to support your teachers and ultimately support student achievement? So that's an opportunity we'll have.
In closing for us for Great Prairie, I think is just to continue to prioritize implementation of these recommended actions and then provide some agency specific artifacts a year from now in the spring of 2027 to ensure that we've demonstrated growth in these recommended areas. Our goal will be to continue kind of back to what I talked about, the strategic plan, continue to partner with the other Iowa AEAs to increase efficiencies and make sure that we are bringing the best that we can to our schools, partner with the department or other local school districts and accredited non-publics to make sure we meet student needs and impactful for the family, students, and school communities we serve. So happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Questions for Great Prairie?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, very encouraging.
Mm-hmm.
What you're doing. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's good.
Thanks for your service.
Thank you for your attention.
Heads up, we're going to take a quick 5 to 6 minute break, give you a chance to stretch.
Thanks, Nathan.
Yep, good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
To their AEA or what unique to your AEA in comparison to some others. And then including an analysis of data and developing a strategic plan for school community planning services. Under professional development, which I'm very excited about, is your accessibility toolkit. They have added that to ensure that their professional learning opportunities are accessible. So that shows a lot of forethought, I think, around their professional development. And then in special education services, also unique to Grant Wood, they have added an FTE, 0.2 FTE, early childhood C2B transition coach to help focus on that area, which is why I partially made that recommendation to potentially strategically sample those EERs to see that connection between their coaching efforts and how it might be impacting implementation there. So those are the ones I wanted to highlight. And then I didn't mention the recommendation with, or the outcome with Great Prairie, but the agency continues to be fully accredited until the next visit. And so it's just to continue focusing on continuous improvement. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to
Me to start. We're
you
actually
to
in
start.
order.
You're in
I
order.
know.
That
Isn't
was
that
just- That is nice.
Yes.
All right, to talk about progress.
Yes, so I'm happy to be here this morning and talk about our progress. So Grant Wood AEA received 3 required actions in the area of special education and Standard 4. Our first was to provide professional learning and implementation support on Child Find for AEA staff, especially early access and those staff supporting Part C to Part B transitions. To address consistencies in practice. So to address this action, all new and veteran Grant Wood AEA staff and regional administrators participated in the statewide Child Find Learning. A comprehensive coaching plan was developed and implemented. All Grant Wood staff working in early access participated in the C2B transition learning. To strengthen practice in early childhood and C2B transition, Grant Wood AEA, as Angelisa mentioned, added an early childhood C2B transition coach targeted to provide targeted coaching for our staff. And the implementation of the Child Find and C2B transition learning was monitored by self-reflections and ongoing coaching. Our second required action was to investigate the impact that staff members' understanding of Achieve documentation is having on IEP development and on service delivery for students with disabilities. To address this action, all Grant Wood AEA staff completed a pre-survey on Achieve documentation and IEP development, then participated in a learning session and completed a post-survey to measure growth. Focus groups with each related service team were conducted to gather feedback from staff on their understanding of documentation and its impact on IEP development and services. And managers and discipline leads reviewed Achieve documentation and service logs to inform additional training needs. Our third required action was to develop a plan to ensure that staff are designing and delivering special education programming aligned with learner needs and accurately documenting services, activities, and supports needed to provide a free appropriate public education or a FAPE. Our plan includes conducting quarterly reviews of samples of IEPs, looking for clear alignment of student needs and service minutes, accurate service delivery statements, and evidence of database decision-making. We share individual feedback after each audit cycle, identify trends, and provide additional training based on these data. Training was provided on the documentation and fading of supports. And we utilize the Department of Education's policy and practice webinar for staff training to support how the design of special education services and accurate documentation impact decision-making and a FAPE.
We made the required and recommended actions a priority for our staff, and will continue to refine our skills based on what data tells us that our staff need. So one of the recommended actions in curriculum instruction and assessment was to ensure procurement processes include accessibility requirements to ensure that there's equitable access for all learners. And so what we did is that we ensure as an agency that all of our digital resources that we provide to districts are fully accessible for any reader device, and that's in alignment with DOJ requirements for accessibility. Our procurement I can't say that word.
You're good.
Our procurement decisions have a massive ripple effect in the fact that we provide these services so that there's equitable access across the Grantwood AEA region. And we really strive for that equitable access by ensuring that the tools in our media library and in the professional development that we provide are all accessible for all learners. And we use our accessibility toolkit that was mentioned before to help our staff understand the needs of accessibility. And then we also have an ABC audience guide that we also continue to use to determine what levels of accessibility are required for that facilitation. We also use the Universal Design for Learning framework options. Those are used to ensure that we support learners with captioning and text-to-speech devices. We also facilitated a discussion with our Grantwood AEA superintendents about accessibility requirements and offered ongoing coaching and consultation that's available to districts to navigate those requirements to ensure equitable access for all learners.
Our other recommended action, in the area of curriculum instruction assessment was to leverage approved professional learning like implementation science to support districts with activities like curriculum adoption and strategic planning. As we've supported districts over the last many years, we've learned that educators are able to implement with a lot of success when they're provided coaching support. And so to address this more specifically, all Grantwood AEA consultants have completed a year-long training in implementation science that is aligned to the DE standards and expectations for high-quality PD that includes that ongoing coaching to ensure that those educational practices are evidence-based, first and foremost, and secondly, actually work and last over time. And that's where that coaching piece comes in. It's an expectation that our Grantwood consultants utilize this framework in their support with districts. And this training ensures that they have the skills to do that. We're supporting many districts currently with implementing instructional practices and curriculum adoption and strategic planning in the areas of literacy, language arts, math, science, and also in the area of behavior and social emotional behavior. During the current year, we have 72% of the days purchased by districts this year are focused on long-term implementation work. And so we're really seeing the need for this, and we're also implementing that, the implementation science with fidelity in all of our content areas. That number will increase based on our conversations, our district service plan meetings with the districts this year. That number will increase to 83% next year. And so that result tells us the positive impact of this work and that districts are seeing that and wanting us to support them with that.
Our other recommended action it was in the area of technology planning and services in Standard 5. And that recommended action was to implement processes and strategies to increase awareness, consideration, and use of assistive technology and accessible educational materials. So what we did was that we have strengthened our assistive technology team to include a multidisciplinary group of related service providers proficient in assistive technology, augmentative and alternative communication, accessible educational materials, and accessibility in order to support staff with learning and coaching in the consideration of technology to support all learners. We are also providing continuous learning and coaching around assistive technology and accessible educational materials to special education consultants, school psychologists, school social workers, and our related service providers, and are adding this to our agency's AT support plan. And we'll be also offering approved professional learning to not only our own staff, but also to our external partners, our district partners. In this area, we also received a recommended action to develop a common understanding of responsibilities to young learners who need or use assistive technology. What we've done is that our early access speech language pathologists collaborate with our assistive technology team to provide updated learning sessions for our entire early access team on assistive technology, and will continue to provide this AT support moving forward.
Right. And in conclusion, I can assure you that Grantwood has approached all required and recommended actions with urgency and intentionality. We take our work very seriously and we're committed to ensuring that students, educators, and systems consistently experience the highest quality support and outcomes from Grant Wood and our employees. So in response to the required actions, we strengthened our consistency in child find practices through our statewide training that was provided by the DE, targeted coaching, and added early childhood transition support. We increased our efforts to improve achievement documentation practices and ensure IEP development and service delivery are fully aligned to learners' needs and the provision of FAPE. And in response to the recommended actions, we continue to utilize the processes to ensure equitable access to those we serve. We trained all content consultants in implementation science to support effective and sustainable district practices. And we emphasize professional learning and coaching around assistive technology and accessible educational materials. So collectively, we really feel that these efforts reflect an increased level of district requested services from Grant Wood AEA and a strong commitment from our agency to build staff capacity, ensure consistency of practice, and drive continuous improvement to impact those that we serve.
Questions or comments for Grant Wood?
First of all, that was really good work and follow up on that. I know I'm speaking on behalf of everyone that we all appreciate that. I'm always curious about the parochials and the charters and their lack of participation at the level that we would probably like to see them achieve. How are you addressing that challenge?
Well, we offered district service plan meetings to all of our parochials and our charters, and they all attended.
They did,
okay. Well, we had probably 85%.
Right. And a great majority of them are starting to, now that things have settled down, like to say, okay, maybe we are ready for some support. And so we are seeing an increased request for those services. So I think, they were overwhelmed probably by the increase in enrollment. And so now, things are, maybe their system is a little bit more stabilized and now they're ready to identify their goals. And then we are able to talk to them about what is your problem of practice and what do we have to offer and align those together. So we feel really confident about that moving forward.
That's a good plan.
Some of our larger ones have purchased portions of our staff FTE in order to support that
Okay.
moving forward. So yeah.
Glad to hear that. Because you're just going to get more of them, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or comments? Maybe a question for Angeles. I know this is the first year of the rating systems. I don't get too bent out of shape if they're one apart as far as a 4, 3, or 1. There's a couple that are 2 notches apart. Is that just early implementation interpretations as far as, that's what I was assuming.
Yeah, I think it's also in artifacts, like if you, like for instance, said you were implementing, and so things like you may have self-rated a 4, but what you actually provided to us, so you said you were implementing, but it didn't actually give us like data or evidence of that. It just said we're implementing. We didn't accept that. We didn't rate that as an actual 4. So it's a follow-up conversation like that we need to have as a system to say, like, if you really think you're implementing, how do you actually provide evidence of that? So when we go to do the ratings, we can actually see that, right? And what would that artifact look like? So as we're looking at improving our system, one of the things we're doing is creating on our innovation configuration an expanded map that says, as a rater, here's evidence you'd be looking for. But then in addition, giving to the AEAs, here are things you might provide that would be good indicators for the different rating levels.
It's fine tuning.
Yes, definitely.
Providing information so that they know what you're looking for.
Yep. I went into this telling them this is all about continuous improvement for them, and it's all about improvement for us too.
Sure.
So
we will secure the correct artifacts next year, I can assure
you. Anything else for Grant Wood?
Yeah, just one additional question. The data about systems level professional development that's focused on long-term implementation was really helpful. Can you talk about how you're incorporating impact on student achievement and growth into the evaluation of that?
either one of you guys want to talk about that, or I'm happy to take a stab at it. Okay. So, it is hard sometimes to parse out the data because we see whole system data. And so one of the things that we have talked about when we go back to our strategic plan after it's approved by the board is to look at the difference between districts that are utilizing us at a high level and districts that maybe are utilizing us just for a day here or a day there. And so we have several districts that are utilizing people at least a day or more a week in their system to help them build their systems. And we already know, like, we have some literacy data.
Yeah, we've done some preliminary literacy data to look at, is there a difference between 5 districts who utilize 0.2 FTE or more of a literacy consultant who's there in their district or in that building at least one day per week? How does that compare with a randomized selection sample of 5 districts who do not use the support of a literacy consultant one day a week? And there is a marked difference. So both in terms of their data from FastBridge, from Panorama. So we're encouraged by that. And, when you hear the stories from the consultants who are out there doing the work, they notice that there's a difference when they're able to be there on a consistent basis. The challenge is schools only have so much money that they can use to purchase and to divvy up their money amongst a lot of different initiatives. So it's just about how do we get ahead of the game to promote and to share success stories after this first year of really implementing this in this manner, to be able to determine how do we move forward and how do we nudge others about moving into that direction as well.
One thing I would just add is, when money is very tight, I have found that some of our districts that are starting to see this great success are not looking at us as an afterthought, but it's the priority. Like, we have to continue to come back to this because we're seeing it making an impact on our system. So that's
and
really
those that have openly say it's the ongoing nature of the support and the coaching that makes the biggest difference. And we all know that. That's a cornerstone of effective professional learning, is ongoing coaching makes all the difference. You can't just have a one and done deal and expect anything to change in teachers' classrooms. Pedagogy is a very complex arena, and it needs that coaching to help change practice in classrooms. So.
And when we were at Grant Wood in the fall celebrating the success among our CSI schools and our TSI schools, which we've seen an overall 10% reduction in total number of TSI schools identified, would you share the Grant Wood specific success in TSI?
We had 76% of our schools that came off of the list. So we were very, very excited about that. So thank you for remembering that.
All right. Thank you so much for your good work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Keep at it.
Thank you.
That's a great artifact. When you get that data.
What?
That'd be a great artifact. When you get that data. That's right.
All right. We have Harlan. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I have Cindy Yellick, Chief Administrator. I have Christy Upaw, who is the Chief Student Services Officer. And I still have Susie, but with a different title. Now she is the Chief Academic Officer. So welcome. These are our colleagues from Heartland AEA. And so Heartland has some additional required activities, but essentially it is one activity just under several standard areas. And it is to provide to the department a contract between Des Moines Community School Districts and Heartland that basically outlines the financial arrangement so that Heartland can provide services to the charter schools located within the Des Moines boundary. So falls under several standards, but essentially one required activity. So recommended continuous improvement actions that I want to highlight. Once again, Heartland, much like Great Prairie, excellent use of internal data to guide internal professional learning, but strengthen the use of evidence to support data-driven decisions for external professional development. My gut actually says they're probably doing it. We just didn't see as much evidence of it in the artifacts submitted, knowing Heartland the way I know Heartland. And then under technology, provide professional learning on assistive technology and accessible educational materials for all direct and indirect service providers. We received artifacts that showed they were providing it for some providers, but not everyone systemically throughout the agency. And then under learning environment, just systemically document, implement, monitor, and evaluate social emotional behavior services. Heartland's providing a lot of services, but really getting to that impact on monitoring both implementation, but then impact on student outcomes. What's the bang for your buck with those efforts? For strengths, they have established a comprehensive school community service collaboration, and 5 districts use that service this year. They provided evidence of that. As I mentioned, connected to the recommendation, they do have a systematic approach to planning internal professional development, really heavily based on staff input about needs. So really listening to their own staff, thinking about what they need and responding to that. In technology planning, they have a well thought out referral process along with a flow chart. I used to work at Heartland. I'm going to tell you everything comes with a flow chart at Heartland. I still love it. I have a lot of my flow charts. So they have a flow chart to demonstrate how to access assistive technology support. And they do have under learning environment, a comprehensive continuum of social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health supports outlined within an MTSS framework. So just connected to that recommendation, a way to strengthen that is to kick up that program evaluation piece to look at, we're providing all of this, what's the impact of it? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you all to talk about your progress from last year.
All right. Thank you so much for your time today. Like Great Prairie last year, we had no required actions, but we had recommended actions attached to each of the standards. Today, we're going to share with you progress around Standard 4, Special Education, Standard 5, Technology and Planning Services, Standard 7, Compliance, and then Standard 8, Program Evaluation. Dr. Upa is going to talk about Standards 4 and 5, and then I will talk about Standards 7 and 8.
Great, thank you. So in regard to some of the work we did around our recommended actions for special education services, 2 of them were specific to staff assignments or staff alignment. So one was to assign our staff proportionately in order that districts received kind of equitable services from all team members. So we did engage in both staffing plan reviews and some pretty extensive staff reassignment to ensure that all districts had equitable access to that proportionate number of multidisciplinary team members so that they had access to that full suite of team members. Another staffing implication was around our early access staff. And the recommendation was to ensure that we were aligning to the statewide service delivery model for early access, family guided routines-based intervention practices. So we aligned or reassigned our early access staff specifically just to early access so that they weren't crossing different models of service delivery, so that they could really focus and dig deep into that learning, practice, and implementation of that coaching model. Another recommendation around special education was specific to Des Moines Public Schools. And this year we have really increased our collaboration with Des Moines Public Schools. I meet monthly with the director or the contact for special education, Kristen Rourke. So we meet individually. We also meet with our regional special education director from the department to continue to ensure that they have access to the information that's coming out through the AEA system. In addition, we have provided child find training to all Des Moines Public School building administrators, as well as to all administrators from their accredited non-public districts or buildings within their within their community on child find to ensure that they all have the accurate information on child find practices. We have provided early access training on transition from Part C to Part B, because that is a really critical kind of change, yet important transition for our little learners. So making sure that that's accurately being conducted. And next week, we will be providing 3 days of child find training to all of Des Moines Public Schools, school psychologists, special education consultants, and school social workers. So quite a great opportunity. So in relation to technology planning and services, we did do a needs assessment for all of our staff in special education. As Angelisa had pointed out, we were focusing some of our learning on a particular discipline. So we have conducted a needs assessment for all staff. In addition, we are collaborating with Green Hills as part of the Center of Excellence around assistive technology. And coming out of that will be professional learning once approved and vetted by the department. We will be planning to deliver that professional learning to all of our staff either this summer or fall.
Right. And then in standard 7, with compliance, you again saw a recommendation to enhance our collaboration with Des Moines Public Schools. Obviously, Christy had made some comments about some collaboration that's happened, but additionally, there really has been a significant increase in collaboration between Heartland and Des Moines Public Schools. Historically, we were not a collaborative group since they have historically provided their own special education services. The special education leaders in Des Moines Public School now attend the special education network that Heartland provides. Their leaders attend, our leaders attend. So that's been a time of collaboration. And we have also had meetings now with Heartland Special Education Leadership, Des Moines Public School Special Education Leadership, and our Regional Director of Special Education, our Regional Special Education Director, Matt Kretzinger, with the Department of Ed. So this has been really a relationship in development. And you'll see, I think we've made some initial starts, but you're going to see that continue to grow over the next few years. The second recommendation in this standard that we wanted to talk about was considering our leadership supports for staff who supervise early intervention services. And as Dr. Yupa shared, we did make some staffing realignments there. So there was focused support in that area. And we've worked closely with the Center of Excellence, which is supported by Keystone AEA and Central Rivers AEA to implement those different service delivery models and make sure we're in line with those and all early access requirements. The last standard then we wanted to talk about was standard 8, program evaluation. A recommendation was to help staff to understand how their work connects to agency goals and glean important information regarding current regulations. Last year, Heartland leaders met and worked closely with our leads in job-alike groups. Some job-alike groups for us contain a single discipline. So it might be school psychologists, it might be occupational therapists. So leaders worked with them to create documents that really talk about what are the roles and responsibilities of their work. And then our regional directors were able to not only work with staff to focus their work in that way, but also share with district leaders, here's the role and function of that position and how they can collaborate with you as a district. So that has just been something that's, I think, helped really get the work focused. And we're hoping then that pays off in those long-term student achievement gains. Heartland leaders routinely participate in the DE policy and practice webinars, and then afforded time to process that information and discuss how that would impact their work and how they need to support that work going forward into schools. So those are those standard specific areas. Susie's going to make a few comments, just kind of holistically how we're looking at our agency work. And then we'll be ready for questions.
So in closing, we truly believe at Heartland to meaningfully impact student learning, especially for students with disabilities. Our work with districts must go beyond compliance and really focus on strong, coherent implementation by effective systems and sustained support. So at Heartland, just like the other AEAs, we're really prioritizing those high leverage practices and really using data to help us make decisions with districts, and then using those evidence-based instructional strategies. And of course, the DE approved professional learning. But most importantly, like you heard from Grant Wood, it's that long-term support for implementation. We know that truly is what's going to move the needle for our kids in Iowa. And unique to Heartland, we really have a very strong relationship with the private schools, especially the diocesan schools. We're heavily involved in everything from all the elementaries to Dowling as well. And we also have a strong relationship with most of our public schools as well. And we're seeing improved data like Grant Wood with the impact on those districts that we have that relationship. So together with our partners, one of the things I'm really proud of is we're really helping to build systems. And those systems help to position those diverse learners to get the things that they need to be successful in their school, help us to remove the barriers to their access, and then ensure that they have every opportunity possible to them to improve their learning opportunity. So we're excited about our work and excited to continue to go deeper into that with all of the districts that we serve and the privates too.
We obviously always appreciate your time. We appreciate the input from the Department of Education. Heartland has a little bit of a unique position with the rapid growth of our non-public partners, and also the complex relationship and historical relationship with Des Moines, the charter schools now within Des Moines, and the non-publics in with Des Moines. And it really has been, I think, learning for all of us. We appreciate the support from the department team as we try to figure that out, just both with statutory requirements, but also more importantly, how we help keep the needle moving for kids in those places. We have had exciting, Susie mentioned the partnership with the diocesan schools. They have come together for the first time in the last year to work as a system to say, how can they work together as a group of elementary schools to draw down services and supports? Historically, they did that building by building. So they've been able to leverage some things that they hadn't historically. So we're excited about that and just appreciate, I think, the collaboration with all parties to figure out how to make a difference for all the kids.
Questions or comments for Heartland?
Well, I've got a comment and then a question. So comment, thank you.
Yeah.
For all the hard work you're doing, especially here and working with Des Moines and all the charters and that. So I appreciate kind of set the standard. So that's good. I guess my question is based on this performance review, the impact of, you have 5 districts that have moved in from another AEA, of which one is up by the Minnesota border. How do you see that impacting or challenging as you, with your performance review on those challenges? Or how's it working, I guess? Or
I think we see this work as continuous improvement. We've been very open with our new partnership in Spirit Lake to say it's going to be continuous improvement for both of us to figure out how we best enhance service delivery for them. I'm excited to report we have managed to hire our special education consultative team. So just this week, our board approved the contracts for a special education consultant, a social worker, and an SLP that will be signed just to Spirit Lake. And we have outlined a plan to support them both in person, and the team will be in person up there, and support from Heartland will be a combination of virtual and in person from us. I don't sit here naively saying this is all going to go as planned. But I think the district has a commitment and we have a commitment to say, let's figure out how we can do this and make it the best for kids in that district.
I have a question about, capacity. Just, I know that a lot of you guys went through some shedding, and then it feels like, we're approving new charter schools every single year. A lot of them are in Des Moines. So, it's like you're probably added, I don't know, in the last 2 years, you've probably added a lot more schools. And then probably with the influx of, students to the private schools. So what's the capacity looks like? And how do you spread that out?
This is something I think we talked briefly about when we were here last month with the budget. And that is, Heartland had a couple things that happened that we significantly reduced more special education staff than the other AEAs because of ways we were historically accessing EdServ and media money. So you have seen a decrease in the number of overall staffing. So one of the things is that was one of the reasons when we talked about embedding leaders with those job alike groups to really focus the work and say, here's what you have to concentrate on for high leverage practice. So that's one thing we've done is really say, what are those practices we think is going to make the most difference for our students? The other thing, I think with the bringing on of new school districts, public school districts, we have added staff to do that. So that was 3 additional staff we hired for Spirit Lake, Greene County, South Central Calhoun, that group of districts that was just north of us. We were able to add some staffing capacity there. I think one thing we are feeling is as we continue to try to build relationships and partnerships, as we did that administrative reduction, at some point, we're going to have to add a little bit. And I think Cassandra Klein always talks to us about, thoughtful addition. So it's not that you just say we need a bunch of more administrators, but how do you kind of planfully ramp up staffing? And that was our first goal, is to ramp up staffing that were closest to students. And then what supports or leadership supports may we have to grow slightly to additionally support that. But it has been a challenge. It is, I think I'd have to pull up our budget summary, but I think we have more than doubled the amount of non-public partners in the last 2 years. And the charter schools, I think, went from 1 to next year we project 5. I would want the data in front of me, but that's the range that we're talking about. And when I leave this meeting today, I'm headed over to one of the charter schools, Des Moines Prep, and talk about how we can enhance collaboration. So I think the way we feel like we can best partner together is that face-to-face connection, relationship building, and then help them see, how we can help them make a difference for kids. So it's challenging, but it's important work because at the end of the day, these are all Iowa kids who deserve the most support from us they can get. And that's kind of how we try to tackle the problem.
Are you guys seeing that the supports you're providing maybe to different, like public, non-public, are they the same supports? Are they different? So I guess, is it the same across the board, whether they're in a charter school or a Des Moines public school or a private school, or are they wanting different things, I guess?
I would say that, and I will let Dr. Mead and Dr. Upa respond also. In some cases, they're in different places. Some of the non-public partners or the charter partners are newly established. And so they don't have some of the foundational learning around what are the requirements of child find? What is an evidence-based practice for literacy? They didn't necessarily come to the table with all their teachers having engaged in letters training or science and reading. So in some ways, some of those things are different because they're at what I would call a different starting point. But I think the need for support for implementation, and when they have identified their high leverage practice or their evidence-based practice, that need for implementation support is pretty consistent across. But I will let the two of you respond.
Just like with any district, we start with kind of the Iowa professional development model. We take a look at data, we identify what they've done and what they need, and then we try to put together a plan of which we do some instruction, some support, collect more data, make more decisions. And so it's an iterative process. And so, we just take people where they're at, and then we help them identify where they'd like to go. And then we put together a plan. And each one, no matter if it's public or private, it's customized. So they all look very different.
Fair enough.
Yeah, very different.
And in relation to special education, the services occur non-public or public or charter. So the overall concept and framework is very similar. So we just have more locations. Probably a nuance is continuing to have those really focused non-collaborative or non-public collaborative conferences between the public school, the private school, and us as to how we are all going to be working together with having more new non-publics. It's just increase those opportunities for those conversations and that learning.
Thank you.
Have you been able to appropriately staffed special ed programs. Special education teachers in some areas of the state are difficult to find as far as quality.
So when we talk about hiring special education staff consultants, right now we have been able to still fill those roles. Our districts are definitely giving us feedback that they are in some cases struggling to find special education teachers. They're certainly struggling to find appropriately licensed special education teachers. So they have a lot of people that are on conditional licenses, particularly as you move out of the Des Moines metro area. I think a lot of times people think of Heartland as the Des Moines area, but we actually go out to Exira, Audubon. So we have a really rural population, a rural set of rural schools we also serve. And you're hearing a lot from them about difficulty finding teachers.
Anything else for Heartland?
It's down.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
for your work.
Thank you.
We'll take a lunch break. I'm assuming it was good. We'll break. All right. We have Green Hills. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so with me today, I have Jason Floor, the Chief Administrator, and Chad Bartlett. Let me get your official title. Director of Growth and Strategic Partnerships. Never would have made that one up in years. So for their review, some of the recommended continuous improvement actions I wanted to highlight under school community planning was just make sure they plan for comprehensive implementation across all components of school community partnerships or school community planning. In PD, just to strengthen the use of evidence to support ongoing data-driven decisions for external professional development, which once again, they may actually be doing, and that might be a issue from the artifact they submitted, but just make sure they're doing that or submit that artifact next time around. In special education, complete a root cause analysis and develop a plan to address family-guided routines-based intervention implementation, because we saw an implementation dip in what was provided to us as far as the data we had, and then provide learning on AT and AEM for all service providers with ongoing learning throughout the year. And some strengths unique to them. All districts and one charter school participated in the 5-step district service planning process with the AEA. And they actually did provide to us that some evidence of the student data they used to assess needs and develop a shared direction for those service planning meetings. So that was really good. Their AEA under professional development, the learning plan provides flexibility in learning opportunities and modes of learning to meet staff needs, which was a strength for their AEA that we did not see in the other AEAs. In special education, they have a clear and concise allocation process for supporting districts and early access assignments. And then in learning environment, standard area 6, the AEA implemented a comprehensive social emotional behavioral health continuum aligned with MTSS. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you two to talk about your progress.
Thank you, Angelisa.
Yes.
Thanks to the State Board Director for the opportunity to share some of the growth that we've had since the accreditation visit. I'm going to highlight some special education things, and then Chad's going to highlight some universal things. So just a general broad overstatement in terms of overview as far as special education, and then Chad will talk about universal. But so we've come a long way really since our accreditation visit in the area of special education. One of the advantages of a site visit is they share very detailed feedback. And there was feedback in there related to special education as a chief administrator. I mean, I had some concerns with, honestly. And so it allowed me to be more engaged than ever. And so I really started asking deeper level questions and started looking much more at the data specifically to just get a sense for what role did I need to play? What role did our top leaders need to play in order to move that data all the way down to student achievement data? So we've been collecting that data, And I had our team, because I'm busy like everybody, create a little dashboard for myself and our administrators and our supervisors that I keep tabbed up. And I look at it at a minimum weekly just to see how that data is moving. I've asked them to update the dashboard every 2 weeks. And then I just ask questions, right? Not to catch people, but to hold people accountable, including myself. So it's really resulted in a different culture. And the more questions I've asked, the more concerns I've had, to be honest. And it resulted in us doing a pretty substantial restructure of our special ed department, which I've shared before last month with our organizational chart. I'll just highlight kind of what we're trying to do. We're trying to shift from only compliance to really becoming coaches internally and with an eye on external coaching with our special ed teachers. And so we have 2 divisions in our new specialized cadre. One is around child find, which I thought we were solid in, and the data says not so much. And so we have improved that data just by monitoring and just by checking, and we're well on our way. So we posted for some positions, and we divide and conquer by zones, and we had our internal people apply. And I'm convinced we have 5 of our best, we call them coordinators, but their primary role is coaches in the area of child find. And we did the same thing on child found. We have 5 positions, again, divided across zones. We have teams of 3 in each zone, and we had applicants internal rise up. And we're going to really focus on closing those student achievement gaps. So pretty excited about the new restructure with special ed.
Yeah, and on the universal side, similar, the last couple of years, we have had fluctuations in how many universal consultants have been on our team. But the needs and requests coming from school districts have not decreased. And as a matter of fact, they're actually getting a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more specific. In the past, it was we need help with school improvement, right? And we want to improve our overall presence, and we want to have better impact data. Now it is, we want work-based learning opportunities. We want teacher librarian supports. We want to focus on very specific content areas. So what we've done on the universal side is we've looked at our internal staff and we've asked, is there interest, is there expertise in other areas besides what your title is? And we've really started to elevate some of our internal staff into these positions that are meeting the needs of our district. So as an example, we have a school improvement consultant. She's going back in a month to finish her work-based learning supervision endorsement. And the reason is that's where the requests are. That's what we're hearing and seeing from our districts. Also, she has an outstanding relationship with the district that is requesting her support. And that's really what the data is telling us we need to start shifting towards, is people who are what we're calling more utility players. We use a lot of sports analogies in our AEA. And if you can do multiple positions, it allows us to be more efficient, more effective, and build those relationships through different partnerships. We've also hired an external candidate this year who's a former curriculum director in one of our districts. She used to work for Green Hills A as a school improvement consultant. She's also a certified teacher librarian. She is a former tag teacher, and this person is going to allow us to meet the needs of several different districts in many different ways with one staff member. So we're really excited about this new strategic process of identifying the best possible candidates with the best possible credentials to serve our districts in unique ways. The first thing I want to talk about, one of the areas we highlighted, was curriculum instruction assessment. At our accreditation site visit, what was that? Year and a half ago, something like that. We had no required actions, but we did have recommended actions in specific areas. So curriculum instruction assessment was one. One of the requirement actions was around establishing procurement processes to include accessibility considerations for equitable access for all learners. I feel very confident in saying that we are leading great high-quality instructional material adoption processes in literacy, math, and science through several different school districts. Those school districts are using our consultants not only to help them in that process of identifying those tools that are standards-based and aligned to what they're trying to move their school towards, they're also participating in the coaching and the implementation beyond just the adoption process. So that's been really something we've always done, but we're more intentional about it now. And we know that this is now a focus because it's been, we call it, you guys called it recommended action. We said, I think we know what that means. That's mostly required action, right? We're going to do what is on the recommended. So we feel good about that. And we feel that it's leading to an increased access to high standards aligned materials. We know that because 85% of our districts right now, this is data we collect, have those high quality instructional materials in both math and science, or I'm sorry, math and literacy. So we feel good about that data point. We feel like we're making some progress. We need to find a way to capture that remaining 15%. And that's part of our goals as we move forward. The second one is leveraging professional learning like implementation science to support districts with that curriculum adoption and maybe some strategic planning. You've probably heard it from some other AEAs, but Universal Consultants in particular and other consultants as needed are engaging in statewide implementation science training. That's been going on all year. So consultants from all 9 AEAs are participating in that. It's eye-opening to me because we've always been in the implementation game, but as you start to dig into research-based implementation science supports, our staff felt less confident, right? So what I would have always imagined is a high confidence level. We took a pre-assessment at the start of the year, and based on the instruction we're getting ready to learn, we had 33% of our third of our consultants who felt like they were confident. We called it emerging. We had 2/3 that said, okay, let's really dive into this training because we need to be more prepared. So we're excited to see what that post-assessment data looks like. We expect that as our people build up their skill set, which is part of our job as leaders, especially on the services and implementation science, we will see better outcome data for students when districts engage in that work with us. So we're excited to see how that works.
There's a lot to special education. I want to highlight 3 areas that we've improved on, and then one related to special ed with compliance. The first was we dove into early access data pretty deeply, and we discovered through the accreditation visit that some of our staff members didn't have our basic training, which surprised me, but that was just something we needed to do. Now we have 100% of them trained, and we have a way to monitor that. The other thing is it was suggested that we look at root causes with early access and some of the data. Early access is not my forte. I've been more of a K-12 person. And so I've learned a lot about early access in a short time. And I was surprised and pleasantly surprised that we have a lot of early access data in our state, which is super exciting, but it's somewhat overwhelming from somebody who approaches it initially. So we started diving into that data, and I had one of our directors just spend a day with our early access staff looking at all the data. What are areas of strengths? What are areas of weakness? What are opportunities for us? And it felt really, really good to spend the day with them and just to learn from them. As a result of this data and other data, we decided to, as a part of the restructure, make a shift from, we had a birth to 5 supervisor, and I felt like it needs so much attention. We've shifted to a birth to 3 supervisor. We think that that will help shepherd the data and shepherd that team and provide more leadership. We also believe that, and there's some data related to this too, that we can do a better job with transition from our early access families into preschools and into early childhood. So we did a couple of things there. First of all, we internally promoted one of our best leaders to become a coordinator as a part of being a bridge from early access to early childhood. We have 8 early childhood consultants that are all incredible, but we asked them to work with us on helping us do a better job with transition for families. And so now we've asked them to go back to school to get some special education endorsements. They're participating in that. 4 of the 8 already had it, and we just asked the others to help us with that. And so we're going to have a leader there. We're going to have a team of people that understand early access more than anybody else other than the early access team, and then understand help be a bridge between early access and transitioning to schools, because we're dropping the ball there. And so really proud of that structural change. And then, of course, the K-12 team, the special ed team has really embraced that, because many of them are secondary focused, cutting their teeth on secondary. And so preschool and early childhood is not something they're super comfortable with. And so we'll build capacity in them with an expert who's really good at that. So, that's just some things related to early access. And then IDA, SDI, I would agree. The director mentioned this earlier with systems coaching and practice coaching. And I think it's one of our best opportunities for the department to work with the AEA, to work with the LEA. We've done some with practice coaching. I think we're just getting started on that and what the potential is there. So as a part of our specialized cadre, we're going to assign some of that practice coaching to those folks and make sure they're trained up and they're traveling parallel and integrated with the department. So as the system aligns with the practice coaching with the LEAs, I think there's some real promise in Iowa that we can coach at even a teacher level, which is part of the requirements. So we're shifting our capacity a little bit and shifting our staff because it's pretty big. I mean, just one of our urban district has 54 teachers that we have to coach one-on-one, one time a month, and then once a month and maybe in some small groups. So It's a big ask, but we're up for it. And I'm pushing into that space. We're pushing into that space because we do believe it has some real potential to help teachers, which of course will help students. The only other one, compliance, just share real quick. One of the things that we're seeing in Iowa, I'm sure you're familiar with, is Iowa is like this new destination for lawyers and family advocates and all of this stuff that's really, really difficult. And I think it's justified to some degree because I know at Green Hills, we've got to get back to our fundamentals because many of these complaints are just foundational things that we should not be missing. And so the idea of getting back to our fundamentals is going to be really important. You know, we've all kind of spent March watching basketball and we all saw how many times it was just maybe the percentage of free throws that made the difference. So it's not that Green Hills is in a bad spot, that we're doing bad things, but we're losing some games at the buzzer. And I think if we can go back to our fundamentals and build that foundation up while we also make sure that we have relationships with families, you know, you don't complain, you don't make a formal complaint when you have a relationship with the teacher, right? You have a conversation and then we get better. So we're trying to use more than one approach, like not just be reactive, but how can we be proactive in Green Hills?
Yeah. The last area is professional development. We had a couple recommendations, provide PD to increase awareness for the use of technology and accessible educational materials, as well as continuing PD on child find. So you've heard a little bit about our child find process. We're partnering with other AAs and statewide child find PD. We've delivered that PD internally to our own staff to build up our own internal skill set, as well as being able to provide that through various special education team members across our districts. In the area of AT, that is Green Hills Center of Excellence. So as you've heard about that from other AAs, we have an obligation to be the leaders in this work. So we are enhancing that AT experience within our own walls. We have some internal PD that we worked with a partnering AEA. We are starting to build up our own leaders, understanding and awareness. We have an AT lead on our team who has years of experience in this work, and she's helping carve our path as well as partnering with the other AAA to do so. So we feel that we're setting ourselves up for success moving forward as we're starting to implement high-level initiatives within our own walls that are going to have great impacts on our districts as we move forward.
You know, I know you have more, Chad, but I do want to jump in. This has been shared by a few chiefs, and I think it's really important and exciting for Iowa. These centers for excellence are really turning into something positive. So early access was an area that I mentioned. We acknowledged and agreed with the accreditation team that was an area for growth. And so we started talking about, well, what should we do? And we decided we're going to start with who's doing it right and who has expertise. And so just a public thank you to Keystone AEA, who has a Center for Excellence, and Annette Hyde, their incoming chief, has got some great knowledge. And my team and I have talked with her multiple times over the last 6 months just to get a sense for what would she recommend? What are they doing? How are they being successful with their data? Because they're being successful and we're not. And so she's coached us through that Center of Excellence to make those adjustments. Some just nuance, but those nuances are critical.
Yeah. Guys, if you don't know this by now, if you invite Jason and Chad to a meeting, we're probably going to go over our time. So we'll stop here. And if you guys have questions for us, we'd be more than happy to answer them.
So we put you after lunch.
There we go. Smart.
Strategic. What questions do you have for us?
Maybe a question for Angelisa. So the ratings were 1 ratings for special ed and curriculum. Based on what you've heard today, if you had to rate them again, would you still give them a 1?
I probably wouldn't, actually. I think, and Chad and I actually kind of had a conversation about this individually. I think the ratings are more a reflection of the artifacts that were submitted and the depth of the artifacts rather than potentially the reality of what's happening. And given what I know about Green Hills, I would have said that if you'd asked me before they talked today too. I would say the same thing for Northwest also, because I know they've got a couple ones on their ratings. I think it's more a reflection of what was submitted, and my regional EPCs did their job. They followed the instructions. They rated what they were given.
I was able to talk to Angelisa on the phone about curriculum instruction in particular, and there were some recommended artifacts. We submitted the recommended artifacts. What we didn't submit was additional artifacts. And when I went back and looked after talking to her, I said, well, there isn't anything in there that talked about math. I can see why we would get a score like that. So we have a plan of action. I've got to talk to Angelisa about that. We'll make sure that the artifact game is leveled up as we move forward.
I mean, this is all new for all of us. And, that was a learning experience. I did appreciate what you said earlier, Angelisa, in terms of maybe providing some suggestions or some guidance on types of things that would help us do a better job of representing us. But yeah, the one was alarming for all of us. I mean, I don't know if I've ever got a one in my whole life on anything I've done, but it's one of those things of just seeing that. I mean, it was really agreeing with us that we needed to do something substantial as we reorganize. And so it was confirming in some ways that, we've got some work to do, and that's a loss. We'll put it in the loss column, but we can either hang our heads and walk away and call it good, or we can see this as an opportunity. How do we get a higher percentage at the free throw line, right? How do we shoot at a higher percentage from the field and get double committed to it? So
it's also why I don't know how you feel about it, Jason, but I really tried to go into this with them saying like, it's our first year and you're accredited. This is about continuous improvement. And so this isn't like a gotcha. It is about how do you get better from here, and you're going to grow and we're going to grow because this is our first attempt using this process and this innovation configuration.
And that's in direct response to the board's direction and feedback that they wanted the interim process to be focused on continuous improvement. Angelisa, will you just talk through the scoring mechanism? So we had the same peer reviewers, at least 3, score each of the standard areas. So it is a very clear and transparent process that again would stand up to any continuous improvement process.
Yes. So teams of 3 reviewed a standard area. We'll try and keep the exact same teams for next year as much as possible. And there were scoring rules used. They looked at whatever was submitted for that particular standard area, whatever artifacts were submitted. They did individual reviews, then compared scores. So it was and that was based on feedback from the AEAs from the prior year about how your teams were different. They didn't score the same, so we didn't feel like we were equally rated or, judged across the teams. And so really tried to be responsive to feedback and fix that this year going in. But and I'm very willing to have conversations with the AEAs about how do we improve and how do we think about artifact submission for next year. So
a demonstration of continuous improvement on our part as well,
Yes, yeah,
right?
yeah.
I don't have any questions, but I have a comment that, in the last 25 years, data was really over here, right? And we all had feelings that we were doing well, and we were basing it on things that we really couldn't substantiate with any validity, so to speak. And so to see this come fruition to the fullest, well, it's not probably at the fullest, but having us all accept it instead of becoming defensive and saying, well, we didn't do that, or whatever. I just want to commend you, especially when you admit it, just openly saying, I thought we were doing wrong and we weren't. And then I wanted to commend you on your analogies related to sports.
Thank you.
Conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, I've said before publicly to my team, I cannot, it's just my personality, live in a world of pretend. And I feel like once I had that data and saw that data, we had to look at it in the face. I've had just to be transparent, some very difficult conversations with our staff, teams of staff that have done this a long time and are amazing human beings with data. And they had all kinds of questions. Luckily, I had a guide by the side who's a school psychologist who's state known for her data. And so her and I were thought partners because I didn't want to go before 20 school psychologists as an example, unless the data was accurate and it was reliable and I understood what was behind the data. But one of the best meetings I had as a follow-up to fleshing some of this out was with 20 school psychologists. And the neatest moment was when I started asking them questions and showing them the data. And again, I had been coached, so I anticipated they would see even better than I would in terms of what's in the data. And one of them actually started giggling out loud. And I said, "Do you see it, don't you?" And she's like, "Yeah, we've never asked this question before." And then others started looking, they're like, "There's something there." And I said, "Yeah, there's something there. I know." So we have to discover what that is. What's that root problem that we can solve that we thought on the surface the data was we were winning, really behind the scenes we're not. So that's great because we can fix it. Now we know what it is. So yeah, thank you.
I just want a comment on your assistive technology. I think it's great that you guys are actually training on that because I know a lot of places say we have it, but no one knows where it is. No one knows how to use it. So what use is it, right? But I mean, there's some amazing things that they can do with assistive technology. And I think it's quite advancing. I was just listening on the radio about a guy who ran an entire like half marathon with AI glasses, you know? I mean, so I feel like it's probably with AI and something that's probably going to keep on advancing pretty quickly. So I think that's something that definitely to stay on top of and to keep on training up on.
I think for a long time in education, assistive technology was thought of as what do you do for that kid over there as an IEP, right? Like that's what AT was, and AT is not that. And as we learn more about AT and as our team of experts is teaching all of us too, we're learning that, yeah, I mean, I use AT on a daily basis and I didn't even recognize it. There's other opportunities for universal supports as well as individualized supports for students with disabilities.
And also, I said this when we were here, but I also want to publicly acknowledge and thank the Heartland team who are also traveling with us, and from the department, Melissa Lawson, who's been very helpful in guiding us. She's really a state expert there. So the combination of the department working with Heartland and Green Hills, I foresee some growth there. So,
just another comment, because I can't help it, but in the last 10, 15, everyone's worked in silos. Right. And so now we're all coming together and sharing our expertise and our ignorance and our learning and I just better outcomes for all of our students across the state. Right.
Too much work to be done to do it by yourself.
Right.
Way too much. Yep.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thanks, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
It's more of an observation.
Oh.
I don't have anybody on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Up next, I have Seth from Northwest AEA Chief, and we are not going to have anyone on Zoom.
Okay. All right.
I was going to tell you. Zoom yet.
Okay.
Seth?
Thank you so much. Known for analogies and being verbose as well. How close to 15 minutes you want me to stick?
Stick. All right. So recommended actions that I will cover in professional development. Once again, strengthen the use of data to support ongoing decisions there, which once again might be happening and we just didn't see it as much in the artifacts. Special education, make sure you're implementing the child find practices and that ongoing thing that was planned for child find professional learning, which might have happened and we just didn't see it in the artifact. And then in learning environment, demonstrate individualized data analysis and use of specific research-based practices and interventions, just making sure you're continuing that for those activities or strengthening that. So strengths particular to Northwest, all 35 districts participated in the district service plan meetings using that established process under school community planning. For curriculum, instruction, and assessment, very unique to Northwest AEA because they have a lot of non-publics in Northwest AEA. They have appointed a non-public school liaison to be the primary point of contact for districts to improve the understanding of available resources from the AEA, which is a great asset up there. Under technology planning services, they have developed a referral process and a flow chart for the AEA and district staff to request support for AT related concerns. And Northwest AEA has a team of 6 direct service staff available to provide services to AEA staff and districts in that area, which is definitely an asset. And then under learning environment, Northwest provided an artifact that actually showed districts are benefiting from aligned tiered learning environment supports provided by the AEA. So they were able to show us data that showed how their districts are benefiting from the supports they're providing in the area of learning environments. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about your progress.
Thank you so much. So I think the first ask was just an update related to our one required action from 2025. So in that space, we were required to provide professional learning and implementation support on Child Find for early access and Part B staff responsible for locating and identifying those kiddos in that 3 to 5 space. So we completed that action on December 15th. How we got there was structurally, and Northwest has experienced a lot of change in infrastructure as far as leadership. We've since 2018 really leaned into practice coaching as the vehicle to drive sustained implementation and generate the results that we have. And so with that in mind, leading into that strength and maybe fishing memories, that was part of what we were doing this year, informed by that required action. So at the leadership level, we've always bookended on our internal team of directors. We've bookended our person that supports transition and high school groups with our early access, early childhood director, because they always just tend to sit together, they bond together, because there's a lot of overlap there, even though the age span's the greatest. So we were really intentional about that coordination. And then in addition, we took our school-aged strategist group, so our psych, social workers, and ed consultants, those that are primarily responsible for leading Child Find. And then we took our early childhood team, which Northwest has a unique structure in the 0 to 5 group being teamed up together under Sue Moran's leadership. So we were very intentional. So those two leaders came together, and then we actually added early childhood representation on the advisory group. That's the job alike group that really drives and informs the professional learning internally. So that structural change then helped us work with our regional special ed director from the department, who came together. We tasked our early childhood team to focus on just gathering all the information. What are the approved resources? What's being disseminated statewide coming up for this year, so that we could make sure that we were embedding that. What can we take that's already exists, that's already been approved, and how can we tailor it and modify it to meet this specific requirement, given just how our structure was and the audience. So that group then brought together a plan, and then that was approved in mid-September by our regional special ed director. And then that really set us up to roll out PD across all of those groups. So we had all of our staff in that combined group, everyone that did Child Find, come together and learn together with that modified and enhanced content throughout the year. In addition, and I think that's where, to your point, practice, what we submitted maybe doesn't tell our whole story, certainly doesn't. And in that space, one of the biggest things that has helped us this year was that coaching. So in addition, our director group, so the folks that supervise all the practitioners that went through all of that training together, used and implemented a approved document that looks at the quality indicators on those EERs, and had one-on-one coaching with all the staff that participated at that level to give that feedback and have those coaching conversations to support and drive implementation. And anecdotally, we've certainly been seeing the results and hearing that feedback about that being positively received. And we look forward to, I think, end of April here, we're going to have a post self-assessment to really put some data to substantiate what we're hearing and seeing at that level. That was also on top of revisit work that was done at the department level. So you learn with a mixed group, you come back together and you unpack it, and what does that look like for all the OTs? What does it look like for the PTs? What does it look like for the psychs? And then you go back into whole group. So that movement from all group multidisciplinary learning back to discipline specific unpacking, one-on-one coaching and feedback, and then just repeating that cycle throughout this year was how we accomplished that, and why we're seeing the results that we are. And we didn't really share that story. So good opportunity now. So any questions on the implementation of the required action?
Brandon, go ahead.
All right. So then moving into what were the 2005 recommended actions aligned with some of the priority areas based on this year's self-assessment. So first I'll lead into that focus on special education services and support. So in addition to what we did above for recommended actions, we really focused on, we've been working on the SDI framework since 2018 and that model when it was first released. But given that turnover, we did agency-wide professional learning over the years, combining the MTSS framework and the SDI framework, really merging those two efforts into one. This year was really an opportunity, knowing that we've had turnover, that we have a need to address it differently. So we really anchored to the recommendations as the focus for that content area and the testing grounds for the structures that we're creating going into next year. So with that, we've studied the implementing SDI framework. We're bringing that together and folding that into all the department work. So each of the departments has a goal aligned with our statewide strategic goals. The focus of that always points back to, and how does this align with diagnose, design, deliver, engage, aligned with that framework. So we continue to embed it into all of our work at that level. The next area really was the intensifying instructional interventions. building on what Jason was talking about for science, we're really leaning into that approved PD and collaborating with those agencies that we feel like continue to implement that really well. And given some of our turnover, we've lost some of that institutional knowledge and we're working to regain it. And we're thankful for the capacity in the system to help us get back to where we need to be in that space. So we're laying the foundation, looking to continue to build. And then in ELA, same thing. We've connected our literacy team, so the all ed work with our special education staff, relying on those content experts, our dyslexia specialists, our literacy consultants, pulling them in to help co-lead department level work on the special ed side, and then also bringing them into student level team support as well, as a way to ensure consistency of implementation on that front. So those are two of the big areas of the recommended actions that we've worked on a lot this year related to that standard 4. Standard 3 was the other area that we've really focused on around curriculum instruction and assessment. It was one of the areas that we had required action for this year. We did not have a required action on it last year. The focus for recommended actions around that standard were to look at the structured curriculum adoption framework to streamline support for schools and ensure fidelity of implementation. So we have in that space, we have consultants supporting implementation of district adopted curriculum. That's really where our districts, and by majority are at, is focusing on implementation of what's been adopted. So that work is a continuation aligned with that. Examples are like with the Amplify on literacy, illustrative math, bridges. Those are some of the curriculums that our consultants are working to help schools implement right now. We're also participating, again, relaying that framework, getting aligned with what we're working on statewide with that high quality instructional materials leadership academy. So we have a consultant and a director that are participating in that so that we can make sure that we're aligning our support tied to that recommendation and that standard. Then around the procurement process, that was one of the recommendations that's baked into that content. So we'll just need to make sure that we're really highlighting that and looking to how we support that explicitly. It's baked into the content. It's part of that framework already. So we don't need to create anything. We just need to make sure that we're supporting it through implementation. Then looking at how we leverage appropriate approved professional learning, like the implementation science, again, kind of building on what Angelisa shared with what we've done to demonstrate the effectiveness of our practices, need to take that same work that we do and apply it to this area as well. So that's being actively done. The other area that is worth calling out would be that school community planning, standard 1. So in that space, we've really explored for ways to ensure that our staff participate in those local plan meetings. We've done a lot of work there, and that's also dovetailed nicely with the changes in restructuring in HHS with their disability access points and with the work that IVRS does. We've always had a really strong relationship with IVRS and with HHS at Northwest. Phone a friends on about every 3 years, you can almost count on drift because of turnover. And it's nice to be able to phone up a supervisor that has the same spirit mind and talk to a friend and say, hey, your staff are, doing this and vice versa. And so just reestablishing, because they have new folks in those supervisor roles. So coming in as chief, finding out who's new in HHS, who's new in that disability access point structure, and how do we work together. Fortunately, there was already work and momentum in that space. So we've actually had the IVRS supervisor has come alongside, sat in on our transition team meetings, participated and shared information out to our special education staff as a part of that cadence of sharing information related to transition. So being able to co-present with IVRS in that space has been really exciting. The disability access points, they're getting up and running. So we participated in their needs assessment. And looking forward to really emphasizing here as the year comes to an end and pulling all 3 entities together with district representation, IVRS, disability access points, and Northwest AA to talk about what did we get right this year, where are there opportunities for improvement or expansion as they're building up their teams, we're building up our team. So looking forward to the continuation there. In addition, we work closely with the 4+ providers and adult higher ed in the area in that space. So we've participated in, shared out in their community outreach programs and things like that. And again, when we show up to one of those tables, we have somebody that's focused on post-secondary transition and somebody that's on the early access side. So even if it's a 4+ planning, those are the 2 people that are representing Northwest to share our services from top to bottom in that space. And that's really then the bookend for all of this is with 2612, we found that there were just some misconceptions about what we were providing or not providing in that early access space. And so full circle back into our required actions around ensuring that our staff are doing what they need to do in that related to that transition. We, Sue Moran, our director of early childhood, did very focused marketing efforts to ensure that the medical providers in the area, she's keeping data on where are we getting referrals and where is that falling off and reaching out to those to ensure that that's happening. In one district, we actually doubled the medical referrals that were coming out of that community because they just needed more information. So she recognized that, addressed it, and is now scaling that up. Another area is in Title V partnership referrals, which is a requirement of ours and something that they've really leaned into, working with the network of community health providers in our area and making sure that everybody has the same information and is making appropriate referrals into our system. And so, again, that's an area that we've really seen data shift. I think in year one was 23-24, we had one back and forth referral, just one. And then last year, at the end of year in June, we were up to 16. We're already at 16 this year and have more room to go. So fruits of that effort related to community and school planning in that space. That's my time. I'll pause.
Questions or comments for Northwest?
Really good stuff.
Yeah, it's exciting to
Great
share.
collaboration.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like how you embrace it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's awesome.
It's too complex of work to do alone, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I always thought as a education person, when we had a low rating, it, as a leader, gave me kind of impetus for buy-in from the staff that needed to change.
Yeah. To Angelisa's point, I gave it the weight that I felt like it deserved. That's not to be insulting. I know what we're doing, and I know that it was more a product of what our leadership team put together, probably largely influenced by my interpretation. I'm by nature a rule follower, and I'm either going to follow it to the T or I'm going to blow it out of the water. And I was coached like less is more. I gave less, maybe should have given more, found that sweet spot, everything in moderation. So, but I'm excited for, now getting recalibrated on really what are we looking for? How do we tell these stories in a way that's consistent? So excited. We could snap our fingers and jump a couple points tomorrow. That's not the point. This is continuous improvement. So I don't care if we're zeros across the board, as long as we can demonstrate that we're making that progress and we're really telling our story. So yeah, not worried. I would be worried about it if I felt like we didn't have good things in practice. So I'm taking it in the spirit that I think it was delivered, which was really, let's improve together. And so jumping from a 1 to a 4 or from a 2 to a 5, or as long as we're making progress.
That's the key.
Yep.
Can you speak to how you're considering the process of collecting feedback and reviewing data to determine your PD offerings in the future?
Yeah. So in that space, I think, again, this year really was a year to reestablish what exactly are the expectations, what are we trying to do well. And for Northwest, it really has been a rebuilding year, because a lot of the structures that we've had in place that have helped us, they don't exist. And so we need to rebuild. And that's the exciting part of this work. And that's why I took the role of chief. So that's what we're trying to figure out for next year is, now that we've laid that foundation, in large part, our focus for professional development this year was in alignment with what we were required to do. So there wasn't a lot of opportunity for us to really look at what do we add to the plate, because there wasn't enough time on the calendar for this year. We have that information. We're getting the results from our staff about what they need as far as their response to professional learning, and then consequently from our schools as well. And so that's really where we're looking at going into next year to be able to implement the data both internally and externally to shape what our offerings are.
Thank you. Are there specific data sources that you're going to be focused on, like the Iowa School Performance Profile, or the indicators that are driving level 3 designations?
For internal or for external?
External district data indicators that will drive PD offerings.
Yeah, I think you're hitting on it. So aligning with anything that drives ESSA designations, anything that drives IDA, DA designations, and then really the third part of that is what are schools themselves identifying and producing that's maybe more locally defined in addition to what all schools are looking at related to those. I think with all the work that's gone through the unification of SNID ADA, there's rich data there. We've used that information to inform decision making. I remember a quote from you saying, this is really data that we use to determine the allocation of resources. Like, so I'm trying to apply that same type of thinking for what we're looking at as well. So for sure, SNID ADA data. And then again, all right, school that you've been designated, what else are you using? What are you using for district level goals and priorities? And how can we make sure that we're coming alongside and helping you move the metrics that you're identifying as important? And that varies subtly district to district. Yep.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Seth.
Yeah, appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yep, appreciate it. That's not mine. Almost. I'll stay on the supply closet.
Mississippi Bend with us.
All right, here we have Shane Williams, Chief Administrator, and Kim Hoffman, Director of District Support. And in their report, I will highlight a couple recommended actions under community planning. Clarifying how the AEA addressed placement options for preschool learners with staff and built those partnerships for preschool placement options. And then under special education services and supports, once again, carrying out the planned implementation supports for Child Find, which may have completed, but just providing that evidence in the artifact submission. And then under learning environment, expanding tier 1 and tier 2 capacity across districts through targeted coaching, learning, and mentoring. And then strengths unique to Mississippi Bend. One I wanted to highlight was under professional development, coaching and ongoing implementation support provided by the AEA had an impact on stakeholders. They provided us some different data sets that showed their unique impact that they were having through their ongoing implementation support. In special education, I'm sure this was Kim. No offense, Shane. Sorry, I just realized what I said. They provided professional development in the area of Child Find, and that resulted in an average increase of approximately 20 percentage points from a pre to post assessment, moving from moderate baseline understanding to consistently high levels of accuracy related to Child Find practices. So they would be the only AEA that actually provided us like a data set about pre to post impact of professional learning from those Child Find efforts. And then related to learning environment, their evidence-based professional development, data-driven collaboration with leaders, coaching, and specialty team supports have really strengthened consistent implementation, resulting in measurable improvements in social, emotional, behavioral health outcomes, and the creation of safe, welcoming environments in schools. And they were able to provide us some data sets related to that also. So, your AEA provided us more data about actual impact than a lot of the others. So that was a strength for their AEA. With that, I'll turn it over to you to talk about progress.
All right. So Kim, Director of District Supports, is going to talk about our site visit follow-up from last year, specifically in the context of our required actions.
So as a result of our site visit, we had 3 required actions. 2 of them were in the area of professional development and highly related. So when we went to build the action plan, multiple actions actually served accomplishing both of those areas. That was really around practice coaching, so getting clarity around what that is, whose responsibility it is, and providing ongoing learning and support for staff, and then actually delivering it, so making sure that it's occurring within our district. So that work began in August. We've had ongoing professional development, including networks. We implemented some implementation metrics, so logs to make sure that the coaching was happening. We would take a look at that coaching log data, and that would drive what we would discuss in our network for working on strategies and skills that our staff might need in order to provide better coaching supports moving forward. And so all of that work has been ongoing all year, and we'll look to partner with the department as they think about IDA and roles and responsibilities and make sure that we align our work with their expectations as well moving forward. Our third area was around special education services and supports, and this was around our early childhood evaluation and screening practices. So we were expected to shift away from our screening practices, which was a universal screening. Think about like a preschool roundup type of environment. It's a service our agency had always offered for a bajillion years, probably. And it's really not our work. That's a gen ed support that a district should be doing. So we rewrote all of our practices after collaborating with other agencies and then engaged in some very intentional professional development. I do want to highlight Northwest, you heard, you'll probably hear Keystone and Central Rivers talk about. What we noticed as an AEA special education leader group after the site visit is some of us had required actions. We all had a lot of recommended. There were some definite common themes. One of those common themes was child find practices. So even though it wasn't a required action for me, why wouldn't I engage in the common learning that other agencies are engaging in because it's required for them? Same thing around 3 to 5 practices. So some of us had a required action. And so we developed common learning around that, common practices and procedures, and then we all trained on it. So there was really a concerted effort that I'm not sure if it comes through as we all talk individually around some common consistent practices across the state that all 9 of us committed to. And 3 to 5 evaluation practices was one of those. So I just wanted to highlight that so that the board could see that through line that we really intentionally tried to work for throughout the year. So with that, we've completed our 3 required actions. We will continue to implement those, make any adjustments based on feedback from the department. But we'll move those forward as embedded practices from here on out.
All right, then we had 3 standard areas that scored A2, so I'll provide a little context and commentary on those. So school community planning, we did develop statewide, consistent with what Kim just articulated with respect to the special education. We have a statewide systematized process for school community planning. All the steps are baked in right from state code, and we're positioned where we can mobilize that if we get a district request. We offer that to all of our superintendents, and then that's one of those services that's offered. Of course, they don't have to take it, but if it's the right time and place for them, then we're certainly positioned to mobilize those supports. Another one under school community planning was clarify how we address placement options for preschool learners. So that was a recommended action from our site visit last year. So we've actually already completed that one. So I think that's encouraging. Second area, technology services and planning. So a key step that we've already taken in that regard is we submitted a PD plan for 26-27 that will have all of the recommended actions included to make sure that we're moving forward in that spirit of continuous improvement with respect to technology planning services. And then the third area that we had A2 in was the compliance area. So really an area there that we're going to tighten up and again, collaborate with our peers across the state is we already gather a lot of data, but sometimes those data are a little bit fragmented and disparate. So working on a comprehensive process that integrates all of those different data elements into one coherent tool to evaluate how we're doing with general supervision and compliance processes, I think will be a key driver for our own in Mississippi Bend, but also across the statewide system to make sure that in the area of compliance, we're meeting and exceeding expectations. All right, so those are our required actions and our 3 areas on the accreditation performance review summary for this year.
Shane, you talked about learning environment and you're receiving data from schools. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So for our learning environment, the example that we provided to the department is we have some consultants that are heavily embedded. So they spend multiple days a week working on overall PBIS implementation, working with leadership teams, classroom teachers, and they have some walkthrough tools that they engage in multiple times throughout the year that drives the ongoing learning that takes place with the building teams and the district teams. And so we actually had multiple years of data. We've had a long-going partnership with this district in particular, and we're able to show growth in the positive learning environment that the students are experiencing, that the adults are experiencing, using a TFI, which is a tool related to PBIS. So I heard you ask a question earlier today about student data, that we don't do a student survey as part of that expectation statewide anymore, but we try to use common tools that we can then take. If we use the TFI in this district, we can actually use that same walkthrough tool in another district so that we are able from a system perspective to see what our impact is and what we might need to change moving forward.
Do you have many PBIS schools?
We do. We have a lot. And all varying levels of implementation, just like we'd also say with MTSS, that's a growth area, I think, for our system. All schools feel like they're doing it, but how well are we doing it and how do we refine those practices so that we can actually impact on student achievement, because that's a major driver.
Are the PBI schools basically elementary, middle school, or high school as well?
Ours are primarily elementary. We have a couple middle schools, and I don't believe we have one high school that's engaging in PBIS at this point. So what we try to do,
Unusual.
it's not unusual. And so what we try to do is reframe it. So maybe it's not PBIS, but what are those foundational practices and things that we need to have placed in our environment, and then try to customize it to our districts, get a little more buy-in at the secondary level.
Thank you.
And the other data point offered very helpfully around the impact of the child find professional learning, was that evaluation a self-assessment or was it a knowledge assessment?
It was a combination. So it was an assessment of their own knowledge, I would say confidence and competence in their learning prior. So the pre-assessment and then a post-assessment after engaging. So we have that level. And then all agencies engaged in that self-reflection of the evaluation. Like, I've completed an evaluation. Here's my rubric. How did I do? There's some data around that. And then what all agencies will do here in the next couple of months is we've developed, or in the final stages of developing, more of a diagnostic tool. So again, here are the critical elements of a high quality evaluation. And we will all have kind of an external team that will do a random sample evaluation of evaluations in each one of our agencies. So it takes out that self-reflection piece, because we know that's valuable to a point, but then we also need that objective evaluation. So we'll add that additional layer in. So next year, when we submit, you'll see multiple levels of data that will help. We'll take all of those and drive that individual professional learning for next year.
Just one final question. We engaged Chief Piro earlier on a common recommended action, which was data-driven professional development offerings. Another one is in compliance in particular, and leveraging an evaluation plan to assess the effectiveness of your general supervision processes, and would appreciate hearing how you're thinking through that.
Yeah. So, when I read that recommendation, I had to reflect a little bit, mostly because we collect a lot of data in the world of special education. And so there are actually some data elements that we collect in other places. So the Part B and Part C APR actually give you some compliance data on how you're accomplishing timelines and those sorts of things. But when we think about general supervision, in my mind, there's some different buckets of data. Some of that's pure compliance. Some of it's performance indicators, which again, we're already measured on in other areas. Some of it would be a feedback mechanism of some type with our LEAs, which I don't personally have. Another agency might. But I think in my mind, as I think about solving that problem, it's thinking about what are the key data elements that really show whether or not you have an effective general supervision process in place. Some of that I think we already have. And I think it's integrating that into one tool where all that data lives in one place, and then potentially adding some extra data elements. And in my mind, we would consistently deploy that across all 9 agencies so we can see, again, what's working, what's not working, and how do we learn from one another to improve those consistent practices across the state.
Thank you. Will IDA citations and state complaints be a part of that?
Yes, exactly. That would be one of the pieces that I think we all collect, but we don't really do anything with it. So that's a data element. I have a spreadsheet. I could easily plop it in. So that's a great example of how a lot of the data is there. It just lives in very different places. So pulling it together into one system.
Other questions or comments? None? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good work.
Hello again.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Okay, we have Stan and Annette. Let's see, which Central Rivers. For Central Rivers up first. Okay. So recommended actions. I'm going to focus on special education first. So one of the recommended actions is to formalize the evaluation of River Hills and the AEA Work-Based Learning Program. I believe that was actually a recommendation prior to, and we weren't exactly sure what the product was of that. So carried over that recommendation. For technology, clarifying the data used to ensure professional learning and staff allocation are aligned to needs.
in the area of technology planning and services. And then in learning environment, just implementing an evaluation process to monitor the implementation and the impact of that work. And then strengths unique to Central Rivers in professional learning. From the artifacts that were submitted, extended learning is available for veteran staff and personalized learning opportunities to really deepen practice, which the personalized learning piece in particular seemed to be unique to you compared to others, at least in the artifacts you submitted. And then you submitted information about your structured process to assist schools with the self-assessment of MTSS system of support, so that SAMI process. And then in learning environment, you submitted information about the support you provide to schools to analyze data, identify priorities, and expand access to mental health supports interventions. And then you've enhanced targeted supports for students with special education needs with your learning support specialist role, which was also unique to Central Rivers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you, Angelisa. Good to be here today. We'll start, as Angelisa said, with Central Rivers. And as you know, that Annette and I do both Central Rivers and Keystone. So we'll stay for the next presentation as well. Because I kind of want to just start with a little bit of a general comment. If we look back to the site visit and the reports from that last summer, and then fast forward to the desk audits, I feel like, not that it's a ranking, it's continuous improvement. I get that. I felt like we did a little better in the site visits at Keystone than we did at Central Rivers, and the desk audits kind of flip-flopped that. And I think it was a result, quite honestly, of us focusing on Central Rivers as opposed to Keystone based on that. And so the only reason I bring that up is that I'm just really excited, as I had mentioned during our budget report, that we will be moving back to two separate agencies, because I really think that allows the team, the leadership team, to dig into the work that needs to be there. And so I'll talk about a few of the required and recommended actions, but Annette will do the heavy lifting because she's truly the brains behind the operation. And so I'm really excited that she'll be the chief at Keystone next year. So I just kind of wanted to start with that, just sort of set the table a little bit. So our first required action at Central Rivers was to develop a current comprehensive improvement plan. It is recommended that the agency involve staff at all levels of the organization and the department, or development and execution of the plan, as having a cross-section of departments and leadership will ensure an integrated response to district's needs. So we've taken that to heart. We've kind of piggybacked that off of the development of the statewide AEA system strategic plan, which you heard about earlier this morning from Nathan. I know there'll be some additional conversations around that and data and some work in June, I believe, as Nathan said. But we've worked with that strategic plan process with our board, started with our board, make sure our board was on board and understanding that. And it's spent a lot of time with our leadership team talking through what does it say, on the page. What does it mean? How does it impact the work that we do? And then at all of our all staff meetings and in our department meetings, every time we're together, we talk about the strategic plan and the connection, because we really want to drive to the point where individual employees understand their work on a daily basis. And how's that aligned to the strategic plan or our comprehensive improvement plan, right? Everybody should be able to articulate, how does my work not only impact the students, the staff, but the greater good of the strategic plan. So we've spent a lot of time with that work. We're in the process now of what we would call priority initiatives or key initiatives. So what are the things next year, if this is a 5-year plan, what are the things that as a patron I should be able to see are different from July 1 to June 30th of next year? What practices changed? What focus change? What in different areas can I see that are different, experience that are different? So how do we take those 5-year trajectories and break those into yearly priority initiatives that can be reported out to our board, reported out to our superintendents, our principals, to our taxpayers, our communities, to the state board, so that it's really, I'm a pretty big believer in strategic plans from when I was a superintendent and then in this role, that, you can't just be a 5-year thing. We can talk about just multiple times a year to understand how what we're doing moves us forward. And it also helps individual employees, when given the opportunity to make a decision, to know what decision supports and aligns with the strategic plan. It's supportive, or it's helpful for the board. because the board then can question or, are we making decisions based on what our strategic plan says what we value, where we're headed, or are we getting sidetracked because we went to, a convention and learned about a new thing, but how does that fit into the work that we're doing? It helps us stay aligned. So really excited about that. It was happy to see that, because I think it helps carry that message forward when you have an outside entity identify, hey, you need to work on your strategic plan. It's easier to kind of get some momentum around that. So that's where we're at with the comprehensive improvement. And that's going to take the special ed pieces here.
We have two required actions in special education that were really pretty interrelated. And the first one was really around professional learning and child find, which you've heard pretty much all day long, I think, as I've listened to the groups. And so we had participated we were already planning to participate in the statewide Learning for All new staff. And it was shortly after that we got our results, and we'd had like one day of that training. And so I reached out to Christy Upaw at Heartland, and I said, that first day was fantastic for our new staff. Can we set up for you to come do that for our whole entire staff? And so we brought the Heartland trainers, who really were the authors of our statewide approved training, in for 3 days in October for all of our staff. And we have spent the rest of the year really trying to support them with implementation of that work. And Angelisa and I had a conversation after our desk audit came out, and I recognized, and I think Chad said it earlier, we have more data. Next year, you're going to see lots of data. We just didn't think about how to embed it well enough into our artifacts. But all of our staff were involved in a pre and post assessment. We saw significant improvement in their understanding of the concepts of child find. They've all completed 2 self-assessments of evaluations that they've done. We also have done 1 round of peer review, where they meet with a small group from their discipline-like group. They each bring an evaluation. They're reading each other. They're having conversations using a common kind of tool to help them assess it. They'll be doing a second one of those before the year is out. So we have really worked hard to build some supports in for them. We also, because we knew this was going to be a heavy lift, we identified leads within our psych social worker and consultant group that we pulled out of the field full time, so that they were available to support both our new staff and our veteran staff in making these changes to their practice. So we identified folks that had solid child find skills, and they have really been leading that work. In addition, I required all of my regional administrators, some of which who didn't have as much special ed background as others, to go through all of the learning. And they have participated in coaching sessions also right alongside the leads, so that they can also support their staff in a variety of ways. So I feel like while we have certainly work to continue, there's never an end to it, we're in a much better place across our agency around child find. Our second one was to make sure we had consistent child find and consultative services happening in our districts, regardless of their size. One of the things that I think came out in our site visit was Central Rivers really had a pretty significant loss of staff through the changes that happened with the AEAs. And so when our site visit happened, I think that the people who came heard districts saying, we don't feel like we have as much support as we had. We feel like maybe others are getting more support than us. And so we worked really hard to fill all of our positions. We're really close to being back to where we want to be. But we also then had to look at our model and say, how are we going to make sure that every district has what they need? When you're covering 52 districts in a really huge geography, where people live matters. And we're trying not to send people 2 hours away to make sure districts are covered. So what we created were core teams that we kind of lumped our districts together, and we created smaller groups of people who would serve like 3 or 4 districts together. So maybe these 5 people have these 4 districts, but that's the only people they have to team with. So it's not what used to happen is, oh, well, Angelisa's my team for this district, but Stan's who I got to work with for that district. And then when I go over there, I'm working with this other person. Made it really hard to have meaningful collaboration and teaming. Now we said, you 4, these are your districts, make it work. And we did that based on student population, so that equitably we placed these people across our entire agency. So we knew every district had access to a full team, psych, social worker, consultant, and it was based on student populations to make sure that we had that across the agency. It has been a fun journey to watch our staff remember how to team. When you just kind of were a lone ranger and you went out and you did your thing, you can go fast, but you don't necessarily go maybe as well or even feel as connected sometimes. And so now our teams truly meet on a regular basis. Every week they get together and they are feeling more supported, more connected. And I think we're doing better work. So that was the biggest change that we made in this area. I also think our leadership structure that we created, I mentioned, we have these full-time leads. They attend these core team meetings every week to provide ongoing support for that group. So those are probably the biggest things that we did in that required action. I could go on and on. The other piece that we worked that helped both of these was around our RA team. And so our regional administrators are that we kind of divided into sectors and they cover a certain number of districts. And I set a really pretty specific expectation for building capacity in district leaders around special education from our RAs. Our districts have just counted on us to kind of know what to do and take care of things. And with the changes that have happened, they are really responsible. And so in order to help them do that, we have to build their skills. And so I think that also has really helped both of these required actions because our RAs are meeting regularly with district teams. They're building their understanding and capacity. And so when questions and concerns come up, we're able to address them really quick. We know what's going on. We can adjust practice. We can make sure we're meeting district needs. So those were our two special ed required actions.
So then we had a number of recommended actions that were tied to our areas, which we had twos, I guess. So the first is school community planning. And I believe you've probably heard that response from all of the folks who sat in this chair before me. But as you have heard, we worked together as an AEA system, but closely with the department to figure out how best to sort of identify what those roles and responsibilities are. We've had those conversations with our LEAs as we've done our planning for the next year, making sure that there's a process and a protocol to support districts and the community planning so that when they choose to lean into that or we can nudge them to lean into that. We've got a process that's pretty standardized statewide so that it's not, that's just one of the areas that we've heard a request for us to sort of systematize that. So and then the other special ed, so I'm going to turn it back over to
special ed supports. So I think to predicate our special ed stuff, we've worked really closely with our RSED and EPC team on a weekly basis. Amy and I meet. We do a monthly network for special ed directors. I think just the relationship we've created and the partnerships will continue to effective practices in special education. As Lisa mentioned, River Hills. I should have included as an artifact the comprehensive review that occurred because of the feedback from the site visit. We shared it with Amy when we met with her, our RSED, and we weren't sure how it all fit. And we should have linked it, but we engaged the school improvement consultants to go into River Hills and work with their building leadership team to really develop a comprehensive school improvement process within their school. And it has metrics established. It just looks really great. So next year when the new team comes, they will be able to show you some really great things that are happening there. Within our work-based learning program, they have been working this year on a protocol to do program evaluation. And it's quite an interesting process for them because our work-based learning is an integrated gen ed special ed process. For many, many years, Central Rivers has been involved in work experience, which is the special ed side of things. And then in the last few, we've really built out our supports for gen ed. And so as they build this program eval, they want to make sure they're looking at all of those pieces. There's a lot of components, but that is well on its way and we'll be in good shape. And then the last recommended action was really around doing some root causes of our data in Child Find. And so what we found when we really dug into our Part B data, which are the things we addressed in our Child Find training, were that we weren't always as comprehensive in our evaluations that we should have been. So we weren't always looking at every area of concern that might be connected to a disability. And so we've spent a lot of time on that one. not completely understanding the disability conditions, especially condition number 1, which is all about, do they have a diagnosis and is there an effect? We're really good once kids are in MTSS and they've been doing interventions and we have some data to show, whether they're making progress or not. Our staff feel really confident there. But when it's a diagnosis that comes forward from a parent and they say, I think there might be a problem, and we don't have any great data right in front of us yet, that was an area we really had to beef up. So we spent a lot of time talking about that, and I think we'll do a better job with those situations. Really understanding the difference between performance and progress, which sounds pretty basic, but that was something we had to really dig into. And then we just in general, making sure we're focusing on what are the real needs for that student. Instead of saying he may benefit from this or he may benefit from that, how do we really let that data drive? He needs this, he needs that. That's a lot stronger statement than just he may benefit from. So those were the pieces that we really emphasized in our Child Find training on the Part B side. In Part C, this is of course my passion project. So what we really recognized as we dug in is that we needed better training for our Part B team about how do you take data around what's happening at home. So mom's routines at home, what they're doing there through early access, and how do you kind of extrapolate what that means for they're going to go to preschool and what are they going to do? And there was a lot of misunderstanding that, well, that data was collected by mom. So that probably isn't good enough data to help us know whether they need special education services or not. And so that's a lot of what went into the learning that Kim talked about that we did as a statewide group. We did a C2B and a 3 to 5 module to really help our people understand how you can use that data to help drive decisions for our youngest learners. We also found that we just don't have enough quantitative data in early access, except probably Great Prairie, because Angelisa was a complete leader in this, and we are following right behind her. Our outcome data often is more qualitative. And so really having some outcomes that show meaningful number data helps to meet that progress component of the evaluation. So that is actually something coming out of the center next year will be documentation of progress. Improving our teaming from C to B was another root cause piece that we really needed to work on. And the last one goes back to what we talked about when I was here last month, and that's improving instruction in early access so that we can very specifically say, here's what we taught, it worked or it didn't work, versus it being kind of global coaching. And so I think as we improve instruction, then it's going to it's just going to in turn make our Part C data better. So those were our recommended actions.
All right. Questions or comments for Central Rivers?
Just my comment to almost everyone that's been here today is using that data to inform decisions and improving outcomes. And I commend you for that.
Thank you. This process is exciting.
It's an exciting time to see what's gonna.
Yeah, this process is truly the best we've had as far as being able to focus on continuous improvement instead of just compliance.
Right.
Let's see how we can continue to improve.
Right.
Just a comment in general for Central Rivers and everybody else. One of the themes I've heard is that the potential, I think, might be a pitfall is people providing tons and tons and tons of data. And I don't think that's what we want.
No. Right. I think that's kind of what we did was go the other way a little bit. And we're like, well, we don't want to load it up with a million things. But when Angelisa and I talked, there was but we just kind of missed the mark. We went from here to here and we need to go right here. And I think that we'll get there next time.
Yeah. I would suggest that if and when it makes sense is, or maybe the AAs to focus on, if they think there are 4 or 5 is to provide that documentation. Mm-hmm. If they're operating at that level, we really don't need to see the 1s and 2s, that documentation.
Yeah, or thinking about if you think you're a 4, don't tell me you're a 4.
show me the continuous improvement loop and the data that goes with it, right?
Right.
That's where we need to get to, which is what Annette and I kind of talked about in our conversation. And I think the AEA's built a lot of the templates that were turned in, all the templates actually, not some, all. So I think we could get to the point where how could we tweak the templates to reflect more of that and get to that data piece. So I'm excited for the conversations.
Yeah,
It's good.
I'd hate to see somebody operating at a 4 or 5, but providing tons of documentation for 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Yeah. John, this was the one thought, and your comment here is providing a timely opportunity, but this isn't a Central Rivers or Keystone comment. I've just been reflecting on some of the folks who have had ones that, as they've gone through the documentation process, didn't provide the right artifacts to get them the scores that truly reflected where they were in the process. And just wondering, and kind of comparing this to how we do some of the community college accreditation, there would be a place in the community college accreditation that would show, during the course of the process, because we totally want to honor the amazing work that the team has done here to collect all of this information. But what we learned, right, as a result of continuous improvement and because of all of this work is here's where they really were in the process. And so giving space here to actually acknowledge where some of these AEAs were at in the work, now that you know what you know, I just want to acknowledge that these are permanent documents. And if the public grabbed one of these documents and saw a 1, but doesn't have all of the understanding behind it to really understand where an AEA is at in the process and just sees this moment in time, it may not actually reflect where things are at. So is there a way we could correct that, or at least acknowledge it in the report that now that we know as a result of the work, here's where they're at? Does that make sense?
It does. I think the reports are accurate based on the presentation of materials. And we've talked through the robustness of the process, but that's why it's so important that this is an annual process. And of course, we have already seen positive movement, and we'll expect to see positive movement when this comes back to the board again.
I don't know that quite gets where I'm going, though, because if we go back to even like Green Hills or Northwest, they hadn't submitted quite the right materials to allow the team to give the proper score. So just Angelisa had said she would have scored things differently or improved the 1s to a 2s based on what she learned through the conversations, right? So bringing that information to the board today would have been a different score other than what was reported in the accreditation summary, right? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, maybe it's helpful to actually talk through the timeline to explain why that's not possible. Angelisa?
Yeah, I mean, so the report accurately reflects the score given what they submitted. So what was provided is accurate. I mean, like what is in the report is accurate given what they submitted. You're correct, though, in listening to them today, they're providing a lot more context and a lot more information. So had they provided that in their artifacts, they would have received a different score. So I understand what you're saying, Cass, around like had Northwest submitted all of that information in their artifacts, they would have received a higher score. And someone who just pulls this report off of the website, they're not going to have the context for that conversation from today. And they're going to potentially have a different viewpoint of Northwest AEA or Green Hills AEA. I also understand what the director is saying in that it's a point in time. The report does reflect what they submitted, and we would anticipate that they're going to show a lot of growth going into next review cycle.
So, and to again speak to the timeline component specifically, this is as quick as possible that the submission deadline to the scoring to the turn to the board could have occurred and reflects multiple full weekends of the team working. So it would not be possible to build in multiple passbacks in that timeline. But if that's something that the board wants to consider moving forward, is further separating maybe the budget submissions from the annual reviews, I think that's it's maybe something of interest to.
That would be really fantastic.
Kaz is asking for that. I think it sounds like to me.
No. That she's asking just for a note to be made and just like for the record, right? Let the record reflect that during this conversation, the scores would have been a little bit different. And so maybe that there's a more robust conversation had and that maybe there was additional information. So maybe I'm not saying that these scores are inaccurate, but that, you know, they provide additional information that maybe would have altered these scores, or, you know, maybe these scores are not a truly accurate representation of everything after the board meeting. I understand that point in time it was, but I'm just saying maybe just like a notation that after the board meeting, you know, the board kind of considered everything and now, you know, there's been more robust presentation of evidence that maybe these scores were a look back, but like now maybe, and we don't need to rescore anything, but just kind of acknowledging what happened.
Thank you for the clarification. I think that that's why the board meetings are recorded and posted with materials, but we don't go back and change materials once they've been.
Yeah, no, I don't think that anyone wants you to change the score, but just, yeah, for the record, let it reflect that. Now, you know, like looking back at that, then yeah.
And I understand it as they followed the guidelines. They submitted the materials based on what was provided them, and now they've been working towards improving those recommendations. And so next year, we're gonna see a lot where these scores will improve. I mean, that's how I'm
Go ahead.
looking at this. I mean, it's kind of like when we had our school improvement when back in the day, you know, we did our stuff and then, hey, this is how we got scored. And then that next cycle, we're working towards that, but we gave reports now and then based on the initial findings on the rubric that were scored on. So I guess I see it as, hey, we followed the process and now they're improving or their strengths. And so I'm fine with the process, I guess. I don't want to get confused.
I'd like to maybe get a little clarification on the timelines and what flexibility we have or don't have. I get a little concerned if the timeline is so tight that staff has to work weekends and it's a quick turnaround time and whatever. What flexibility do we have as far as when do these annual performance reviews, when do those have to take place?
That is at the determination of the board. So that's a discussion point. The May meeting is focused on community college budgets. So it would be potential that we could move this to the June meeting if the board were open to that. Because the March meeting is focused on the AEA budget process.
So this is back-to-back AEA stuff.
Correct.
So I could see separating that budget and that.
I mean, I don't have a dog in this fight anymore.
I understand that.
Stan and Annette, what are your thoughts about separating it a little bit further?
Well, we would definitely be on the side of separating, having just a little bit more time to do that. Part of that's because we're doing two, but I think even the other chiefs would say if there's a little bit of additional time, that might help just be more thorough. And I would jump into to say that, you know, this is the first go through. And so most importantly, we'll improve our practices and our outcomes for kids. We'll also get better at supplying the artifacts as we kind of learn that process too. So, you know, it's a first attempt at this, and we will definitely, most importantly, improve what we do for kids, and secondarily improve what we provide for artifacts and documentation.
Well, and if I can, this is the last thing I'll say, Stan and Abe, to both of your points. That's the one thing that I think where there's an opportunity with the reporting or with making a notation this year is honoring that this is the first time that we've done it, and looking back through the reports and where all the notes are. That's the one comment that I think is missing, is that this is the first time we've gone through this. And so there was room for interpretation of what reports or what materials to provide, and everybody looked at that a little bit differently. So,
so what we could potentially do is add a notation to the board minutes, but we cannot change these materials.
Right. And Angelise, what do you think about separating or moving this report to June?
Gladly.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
That's a lot better though.
And then
I guess,
are you sharing what you did that year in June and what your plan is for just the cadence of, we've moved a couple times over the years. And so then you're like, am I talking about last year? Am I talking about this year? What am I supposed to talk about? So I think that's what we just want to make sure when we move it, we think about that piece so we know what we're reporting on. But I'd love to have a little gap between the two. It's a lot, 2 months in a row to get ready.
okay.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to give some input on. Extra little things.
Well, let's shift to Keystone.
Okay, with me again. Stan and Annette, Upper Keystone. So, under special education, once again, I think you probably did it, but providing that evidence to support the implementation of coaching for child find practices. And then under technology, clarifying, you had mentioned feedback loops and identifying or using feedback loops for professional learning to meet staff and district needs. So just clarifying what those feedback loops are and the data you're actually going to use to make those decisions. And then thinking about the breadth of staff development, coaching, and technology integration for AEA and district staff under technology. And then strengths for Keystone. You did define IDEA differentiated accountability practice and systems coaching for staff and stakeholders like we asked you to. You definitely created that internal professional learning plan for new and veteran staff to address child find needs in the agency. You provided an Every Student Succeeds Act data analysis and implementation plan to support districts, which was appreciated. And then had a really good plan for Part C, which I'm not surprised knowing you, that met the family guided routines-based intervention statewide implementation goal. You guys were able to meet that. 100% of your staff were trained on FGRBI, and your AEA is meeting implementation and maintenance requirements for early access, which is excellent. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
All right. So Annette's going to start us off because both of our required actions were special education.
Yeah. And Angelisa talked about our first one, which was really helping our staff understand the difference between consultation services and practices coaching. We are going to really switch our approach because of this action, but because we're really wanting to make sure that we have the staff ready to support the practices coaching with our level 2 and level 3 districts next year, and identified that the skill set to consult with teachers, while it's similar to coaching around instruction, it's not exactly the same. And we have some folks who are really good at helping teacher development and the nuts and bolts of that, or maybe even accommodations, but they may not be content experts in literacy. And so we are kind of separating those roles and going to have some content expert literacy coaches that will do our practices coaching for K-6 literacy next year, which is the majority of our districts that have a level 2 or 3 designation are in K-6 literacy. So I think this action allowed us to not only just clarify, but it really made us sit down and think, how are we going to make sure we have the right people out there coaching special ed teachers to improve the instruction? And then our consultants who are involved in Child Find will continue to help them with IEP questions and those pieces. So that isn't necessarily going away. We're just really kind of adding a layer of support on top, which I think will be important. Our second required action was clarifying the evidence-based screening tools that were available for preschoolers. And it was really an audit of our process. It was ensuring our people knew what we had. We didn't have to buy anything. We just had to make sure that they knew what was there. And then we provided professional learning on the tools that we had so that they felt comfortable and confident using them. APS 3, which has an online version called APSI, is a very, very robust preschool tool. We've ensured statewide now that every practitioner who needs that has access to it. And we've actually been working with the publishers to find really deep data to help us start to look at progress. I'm kind of veering a minute, but it's really exciting. For birth to 3 kids, we're going to be able to show some longitudinal progress using that tool. So this corrective action here gave me an opportunity to dig into something that's going to help us on some other areas, which is pretty awesome.
Okay, with recommended actions, sort of a general comment. If you look at the recommended actions, sort of in their totality, it's sort of the flavor that we needed to increase our work with districts to not always do for them, but to help them understand and then do sort of a gradual release of responsibility back to districts. I don't know if it's a function of size over time. At Keystone, we kind of got into a service mindset where we did a lot of things for districts, and we needed to really have a reminder, which came through this process of we maybe help them get organized, we help them get started, we coach them, but it is the importance of releasing that gradually back to the districts so that that's, it's closer to kids, closer to decision makers, and it's just a better process overall. That not that we do it, that we help them and then gradually release. So some partnership documents clearly articulate roles and responsibilities, MTSS transition timeline that allows a gradual release of responsibilities. RAs are now involved in regular and ongoing collaboration with district admin teams to review data, identify concerns, determine needed services, troubleshoot situations, including with diverse populations, professional learning, special ed support. So how are we helping them help themselves, so to speak? Collaborate closely with the RSED and EPCs to support our districts within the model, including monthly joint network meetings for district special education directors to support and shift general supervision requirements back to the districts where they should have been all along. And then core team model established increased multidisciplinary teaming and then talked about that. We'll talk about Central River. So I think that's kind of the overall theme is like we got into this mode of doing for instead of helping and coaching and supporting, but then always sort of pushing, releasing that back to the LEAs or to the districts. Our first goal area is school and community relations. My comments are exactly the same as they were for Central Rivers, probably for the others. And that is that we've got that process. We talked with districts about that process. That process was developed by the system, but reviewed and sort of some input from the DE. So we feel good about that process moving.
Okay, the next one that we needed to address is professional development. And we have our team that does the professional development within our agency, both on the special ed and the gen ed side, have been engaged all year in a study of implementation science, which really is setting us up well to be able to identify what is the data that's going to help us know whether that professional development is effective and what does that mean for future offerings or what we do next with that district or what we do next with our own staff. And so that's been our work of this year, has really been the learning, and that will then drive what it looks like moving forward. In curriculum instruction and assessments, the recommended action was that we needed to make sure we were looking at the CSA and FIT data, which are two of the data tools related to the SDI work. And so we have built that in. We had it, we just didn't have it written down well. So it's built in, and our teams will be using that data this year. One of the tricky things when you have lots of small districts, which is what most of Keystone is often is one or two teachers that are engaged in it. And so you don't see trends in that data, and you can't see, like, in general, we have a problem here. What is Mrs. Smith needs to work on this and Mr. Jones needs to work on that. So using it to drive system change can be a little bit trickier, but we are certainly going to lean into that. In the area of special education services and supports, at Keystone, we did just complete the 3 days of Child Find training with all of our staff. Our new staff had been through it this fall. We just finished it up with everybody, and all of next year will really be focused on the implementation supports. And I have done a lot of things at Central Rivers that will help me develop that plan at Keystone, and we'll be in good shape. We have made some connections for our related service providers around their role in MTSS. We've done some professional learning. We have a lead OTPT and SLP at Keystone that have done a lot of work trying to really help our folks understand that their job is not to remediate things in gen ed, that they really are special education folks, and that there are things that they can support teachers to do. And as they've been learning that, it's really interesting to watch them recognize how powerful their knowledge can be in impacting a teacher who then can make it happen every day. and can help more than just one student. And so that's really what the power of MTSS is and what we're really working to make happen. And then next year, again, I already talked about our practices coaches and that we're going to dedicate time to that work. So that kind of falls into that area. Within compliance, we have, as Dan said, a long history of solid relationships with our districts, and we took care of a lot of that stuff for them. And so we are working really hard on gradually releasing more of that responsibility back. Our network meetings every month, we go through what's the expectations for them. We talk about how we maybe have done it and what they can be doing and how can we support you with that. And our regionals provide some troubleshooting for them with that. We also have a really robust data team at Keystone who spends a lot of time making sure that our Achieve data is, I'm going to call it clean. They are always looking for places where there's blanks or, gosh, it says this, but this data wouldn't support that. And they're constantly bringing that forward. And it used to be that they would clean that. Like that would be that they would call up the teacher or they would call up our staff and have them run out and talk to the teacher. And instead we've created spreadsheets that they're working with a district contact and they're sharing, hey, we see a thing. This is what it means. These are the ones that need to be fixed. And so it's a nice way to gradually help districts be able to own their data and be responsible for those pieces. And that's been a big lift that our data team has done. Let me see, last one on there is just really that collaboration with a different RSED and EPC team at Keystone than what I deal with at Central Rivers, but certainly working with them. Then our last goal area was program evaluation. This is an area that we know we have some room to grow. We have a statewide protocol for special education evaluations. I had 2 of our staff members go through the training for that. I sent one into Central Rivers and she's participated in a couple of theirs to learn it. So we are kind of like stood up, ready to go. We just haven't had an opportunity to engage yet in Keystone. Our intent is to use their knowledge and skills to then also turn that internal and really start to look at our own programs and use that same protocol and process to look at what are the areas that we can improve. So we know that's an area that we have work to do, but we have the beginnings foundation built. We just need to execute. So that is Keystone.
And that we talk about a cycle for program review or evaluation. Are you looking at a 3-year or a 5-year cycle?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. Part of it will depend on when, how we end up in the site visit cycle. We'll for sure want to, before our next site visit, have looked at all of our services. So I'm guessing it'll probably be a 3-year cycle based on what we kind of know right now.
Other comments or questions for Keystone?
I think maybe just the last piece. We're of course excited to continue to work with Annette, but this is Chief Rangan's last presentation, I believe, before the State Board of Education. And as you know, he is a demonstrated, thoughtful, measured, strong leader who prior to this role over the past 5 or 6 years served as Dubuque superintendent for over a decade, among a number of other teaching and leadership roles. He's also a decorated military veteran, earning a Bronze Star. So we are excited about what's coming next for you and are wishing you and your family the very best and just so appreciate your dedicated service.
Nice. You're in great hands, I promise.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Okay. Robin, we're going to take a short break.
Well, we can get set up. How's that?
Yeah, why don't you get set up? We're gonna,
Yes.
let's reconvene at 50 on that.
Afternoon, everybody. Once again, I'm Robin Lilienthal, and I'm administrative consultant with the community colleges here to talk about Northwest Iowa Community College's comprehensive accreditation report. With me today are Dr. John Hartog and Dr. Leah Murphy. John is the president of the college. Leah is executive dean over student services and academic affairs. They'll be talking to you for a few minutes after I'm done quickly going through the report for you. Northwest Iowa, for those of you that aren't as familiar with the state of Iowa's geography, covers all of Lyon, O'Brien, Osceola, and Sioux counties, and half of Cherokee in Northwest Iowa. They're bordered by South Dakota, Minnesota, and Nebraska, and serve a population of over 65,000 people. The full accreditation report has been part of your board materials, and so we will just keep moving through here. To remind you also, the state accreditation for community colleges process has three main components to it. The assurance component, which reviews the 9 state standards, the outcomes review, which looks at the college performance in relation to state community college performance, as well as national community college performance. And then for those comprehensive colleges, a continuous improvement component, which is a peer review learning session that's included of the college's choice. NCC's comprehensive evaluation occurred last fall. We did their desk review earlier in the fall and then had a nice site visit on November 13th and 14th. I'd like to also thank the 2 external reviewers beyond the department who participated in this review as well. Moving into the outcome summary, these outcomes are collected by the Iowa Community College System as a part of our MIS data and reported with the community college profile. And we focus on 3 main areas: student success, CTE, and college readiness, and 5-year performance benchmarks. So we look at the trend lines related to those. As I mentioned, again, the community college in relation to the Iowa cohort and the national cohort. In 2024, NCC performed ahead of both the state and national benchmarks. And you can see that that's highlighted in green here on your screen. And behind the state and national benchmark in one area, but we found no evidence of significant declining outcomes. And we have a couple of worthy outcomes that we wanted to point out to you. First of all, their completion rates lead the state and nation by over 20% and 30% respectively. Their student success rates of over 60% also lead the state and the nation. And 47% of their career and technical education students earn associate's degrees, which is well ahead of the national and state benchmark. The transfer rates was one area where they have seen steady improvement, but are still lagging behind the state and nation. And so the college took the opportunity to identify learning from their peers in terms of how they might be able to improve their transfer rates. So NCC participated in a panel during their site visit with some peer institutions from Iowa Central Community College, Hawkeye Community College, and Western Iowa Tech Community College, where they learned about integrating with high school partners, providing holistic support to students, and aligning with institutional growth priorities. And these are all strategies and solutions that the college is now considering in terms of working on its own transfer policies and procedures. As I mentioned, we had an excellent visit. We always love visiting their faculty, staff, and students, and certainly had all kinds of impressions and visions of the college. But a couple of things really stood out as themes for the accreditation visit. The first one was this overwhelming sense from the college of really meeting students where they're at and when they need the support. Multiple times we learned from faculty and staff that they would kind of drop everything to help the student solve whatever issue or concern was happening in the moment. In addition, another thing that was quite impressive is all colleges review their retention data at least once a semester and over other times. But NCC described to us that they actually review their retention data every single day. So they know on one day, the next day, how many students are still there. And if a student left, what that reason was for leaving them. That's a real commitment to student success and really understanding how they can improve their college. And then the other theme that we learned is they describe themselves as exceptionally rural. I love that term. I thought that was, lots of chuckles. People know what exceptional rural is in Iowa, but really using that exceptionally rural location as a way to match their career and technical education programming with what those needs are in their community as an exceptionally rural institution. We also look at compliance with the Higher Learning Commission accreditation. NCC had gone through its accreditation processes in October of 2024. The Higher Learning Commission found only one area that they called met with concerns that was related to their student learning, their academic and non-academic assessment. They gave the college kudos for the progress that it made, but wanted to know in an interim report here in a year what progress that they had continued to make. But we found no concerns from state accreditation process with this, and NCC will continue the Higher Learning Commission accreditation process and go through accreditation again in 34 and 35. The next slides provide you an overview of each of the state standards, or a summary, I should say, of each of the state standards. So on this slide, you're going to see 5 standards where there were no findings or recommendations made by the department review team. We were able to determine that both through our desk review process and then our on-site assurance interviews. On this page, there are 4 additional of the state standards where, again, absolutely no findings were identified, but we did give a few recommendations where the college could maybe make some improvements. When we give a recommendation, those recommendations are tied to the state standards and what's available in code and rule, just as a way to ensure that the colleges stay on that good track to make sure that they continue in compliance. A good example of that is CTE program review doesn't require a template, but NCC had implemented a brand new template. We liked the way that it looked. It was in alignment with all of the components required for CTE evaluation. And so we wanted to encourage them to keep using that new accreditation template. Regarding their senior year plus program, which is called College for You, I wanted to share a few details about this program. They serve 1,200 students from 17 school districts in 10,000 plus credit hours. 29.6% of the students in their service hour area, high school students in their service area, participate in a concurrent enrollment program. And 27% of the entire college's credit hours are jointly enrolled. Last year, there were 8 students who received their college credential as senior year plus students, and so graduated at the same time as they were graduating high school. And NCC has recently received one of our allocations with the Career Academy Incentive Fund grants, and they're going to be expanding their services in Rock Rapids. But what we learned with their senior year plus program is how important it is to maintain that programming so that students have access. So their goal, as they described it to us, was that no student would be further than 30 minutes away from access to concurrent enrollment coursework. As we've done with all of the as we've done with all the accreditation reports, we identify a promising practice profile. And this particular profile that we wanted to highlight, and this is intended for other colleges to be able to model some key aspects of and improve their own processes related to NCC's approach to career and technical high impact program improvements. Some of those things included aligning their general education coursework directly with both their program and the workforce needs, incorporating work-based learning experiences for all of their current technical education students, and especially engaging and investing their college faculty time on high school career and technical advisory boards so they can provide that secondary, post-secondary alignment for those programs. And then really modeling their CTE program evaluation along the lines of the college's general guided pathways initiatives. So in the end, as you can imagine, we have an unqualified recommendation to continue the accreditation of Northwest Iowa Community College. They will be up for their interim accreditation in academic year 2030-2031. And if you don't mind, before we have questions, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Hartog and Dr. Murphy, and they have a few things that they want to share with us about what's happening at NCC.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your leadership and your service. And it's a good day to be an Iowan today. So what we would like to do maybe is just give you a little bit of color commentary on what we're doing currently so that you don't think that We're just resting on the good things that you've heard. We're always trying to do better. 10 years ago, when I was here with the prior president, Dr. Letha Stube, I mentioned how that we were the smallest community college in the state of Iowa and that we had been recently Aspen eligible. I'm happy to report 10 years later that we are one of the 4-6% community colleges in the nation that has been Aspen eligible every single time, making us like the Minnesota Vikings or the Buffalo Bills. 2 iterations ago, we were top 10. Coming out of that, we have been working on the transfer piece, as you mentioned. Historically, NCC is a strong technical college, and our workforce outcomes, we would put those up against anybody. They compare with like Lake Area Tech in South Dakota and any college of national standing. But unlike Lake Area Tech, we are a comprehensive community college, which means we also offer transfer credits. Since we are, how did we say, extremely rural. Exceptionally rural. And we are far away from the Iowa Regent universities. We do have 2 private college or universities in our area. But those who would choose to go to the Regent, they must of necessity travel quite the distance. All of the metrics show, and maybe it's self-selected because of the distance, that in any given year, if an NCC student graduates with an AA or AS and then transfers to one of the regions, they tend to do actually better than if they had actually started there for their freshman and sophomore year. Again, those might be self-selected numbers because the numbers are rather small. Nonetheless, we know both from the Iowa Department of Education's data, also from Aspen's data, and from any other data that we have room to improve on the transfer piece. So in your packets, we have a little brochure that shows ready, set, go, because the work of a community college is not just on the 1.0 level. It's not just recruiting students, and recruitment is important because we need tuition to pay the bills. And if we don't have students, we don't have the potential of mission fulfillment. But we don't want to stop there. So we need to have the 1.0. That's getting the students in the right path, the right pathway. The 2.0 is the set. For us at NCC, and Leah will discuss this in just a second, that's the strategic enrollment team where we emphasize retention, completion, the whole persistence rates and everything. And we do study those every day. We work with our faculty. We have right now 18 faculty who are in their QFP, initial QFP, and their assignment this week I gave to them. They went through a whole packet of IADE data, and we're working through it so they understand how they teach impacts completion, retention. That's the 2.0. And the 3.0 has to do with employment, which historically NCC has been very strong in that metric. Our graduates are hired and they command good salaries. But the transfer piece we want to improve. So that's what we're working on right now. And we set up a special president's council, and its number one task is to improve our transfer success rates and completion and so forth. So we look at the data. We have a number of practices that we are adopting. We learned from the accreditation visit and that special topic. So we're grateful for that experience. It was a wonderful experience, accreditation. And we're going to continue to work the transfer. I don't know how much you might want for me to share with you. I know you've had a long day, but I promise you, we are committed to improving our transfer rates. What have so much to say?
Yes, so I'm going to kind of talk through that same graphic, the Ready, Set, Go, just to give you an example of some of the things we're doing in each of those areas. So the first one, partnerships. Regional centers is actually on the other side of that document. We've been very lucky and very blessed to have gotten this Career Academy Incentive Fund and been able to open up some regional centers, and will continue. So like Robin stated, that we have one in Rock Rapids coming. So you'll see that map. We are now throughout our service area. So like our goal was to be within 30 minutes so that students can have hands-on CTE instruction. It's really important that they have that access to that education. So we're excited about those partnerships, the partnerships that we've created with those school districts to talk through how is this going to work, the transportation, what programs work for you. It's been great to have those partnerships with our school districts. The next one is SET, so that's Strategic Enrollment Team. And I'm going to talk about a retention initiative here. Our nursing program, we have a great nursing program, and we have had great NCLEX results, great results. One of the things that we started to notice as we were looking at retention is if a student did have to stop out, they would sometimes have to wait a full semester, a full 2 semesters, a full year to be able to get in again. And so this next fall, we're changed up some of the curriculum so that there are more starts for them. So more options for them to come in and take another class to get back on track. We're hoping that helps our retention, our completion rates, and gets more nurses out into our rural community where we need them. And then the last one, outcomes. John talked a lot about transfer. I'm also going to talk about, in general, outcomes. Our workforce data is very high on the list of things we look at when we're looking at new programs and what kind of programs we should offer. So if you look at the Iowa Student Outcomes website that the department helps with, not doesn't help, they give us lots of data there. That's great. What they have done there is there's a statewide median wage, and NCC is at least $10,000 above that median wage. So we're really looking at that high demand, high wage jobs, so that we make sure Northwest Iowa is getting the people that they need in the areas that they need. And then the last thing on outcomes, I thought this was very interesting. In Northwest Iowa, we have a 20 under 40. It is 20 people under the age of 40, and they kind of promote those individuals in Northwest Iowa, their leadership ability, their businesses. Out of the 20 that were selected this year, and we do this stat every year, 17 of them had a connection, meaning they've taken colleges, have a credential with our college. So we're making sure Northwest Iowa is saturated or trying to be saturated with NCC, not always alumni, and have a piece of NCC with them for their future. So we're excited that we're able to do that. And then the last thing for transfer that John mentioned, that President's Council, our transfer, before the state told us our Iowa student outcome, we have already started talking about what we were going to do next. So our strategic enrollment team and the President's Council is looking at data and setting up plans, some metrics to figure out number 1 priority, number 2 priority, and then what are some actionable steps we can get there. So we've made some great strides this year, and we'll continue to do that.
Any questions for us?
Just a couple comments. I was impressed with the review and the outcomes. Excellent job. I do have a question for you from the standpoint of potential legislation when they talk about community colleges offering credit for your programs. Briefly, what are your thoughts on that, and how would that impact your school?
So thank you for asking that question. Where we are currently in Northwest Iowa, as I mentioned, we do have 2 private colleges or universities in our area, and we work with them very closely. What we would be desirous of would be to have the opportunity to offer a handful of bachelor's degrees in technical fields. For us, probably the lowest hanging fruit would be the BSN. The 2 colleges in our region, neither one of them allows a transfer with the ASM, with the AAS, the Associate of Applied Science, with the RN graduate from NCC. So if a student wanted to graduate with an RN from one of the 2 privates, then he or she must start as a freshman and continue all the way through the senior year. Whereas with our students, they don't have that transfer opportunity. So sure, our students complete the BSN. Sometimes they relocate if they want a hands-on learning experience, and many BSN programs are online. But we tend to teach students who appreciate good equipment and hands-on learning opportunities. And so we would be desirous to have an opportunity like that to offer the BSN in a hands-on environment in Northwest Iowa. It isn't that we would offer 4-year degrees in the liberal arts and sciences. That's not what we're talking about. Nationally, and I know there's some who are here and they know this, we're best known for how we handle electrons. We have strong electrical programs, power line, electrical tech, IIC, and so forth. So maybe there would be some room there. We already have a 3-year degree in advanced electrical technology, which transfers to some engineering schools and so forth. So we would be very open to that, sir. Yes.
Other comments and questions?
Good work. I'm from Okoboji, so I know about you're rock solid. It's good programs.
Very impressive work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to also thank Robin for including a promising practice.
You're welcome.
It's always nice, and hopefully others can learn from that promising practice. So. You know, when you do a great job like they're doing, there's not a lot of questions.
We should all be happy also because there are a number of the community colleges in this Aspen Prize iteration that are Aspen eligible. And we're just proud of the whole system and all of the colleges. We have so much for which to be thankful. So thank you.
Well, it comes with a lot of hard work and dedication on your part. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You have a recommendation to approve.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
That part too.
Let's try and continued accreditation. Been moved by Mary and second by Todd. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations. Keep up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, let's go from community college to preschool.
That's right.
Are flexible. These chairs are too tall for a preschool.
They're just right.
I know they're spinny, so they would like them anyway.
Okay. Okay, and you're driving?
I am.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to join your agenda today and share with you our work from our Bureau and especially in particular our preschool team in the work of preschool program standards. We initiated a revision process with our preschool program standards and have worked through recommendations, collected public comment. We'll talk about some of the process throughout, but we want to share that information with you today as an awareness. And then our hope is that we will be back next month to talk about perhaps if you have any additional questions and consider for approval in moving forward. I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to all of the folks who have contributed to this process with us. Our own personal preschool team and among our Bureau, with so many outside experts who are willing to offer their insight. And especially the individuals who applied and became part of our review team and contributed their time to really sit and work among our team and think about what we are expecting as the elements of high quality preschool programming within our classrooms, not high school. See, I get a little off. We follow secondary. But today we are going to just provide a very brief overview you see here. We'll set the stage with a little bit of background around the Iowa Quality Preschool Program Standards, or I'm going to use our acronym IQPPS. It's much easier and to speak and say. And then we will jump into our process and give you an overview of that. So the first piece for us that we found important to share with you is really digging into the language. In the early childhood field, there is a very distinct difference between program standards and early learning standards. And when we talk to others in the educational or in the early care health and learning space, we know that sometimes the terms get confused or intermixed. Preschool program standards really represent the broad structure, the infrastructure as we have represented here, sort of the house that puts the whole program together. It's the foundational piece, the structure that helps the program deliver on its high quality programming and valuable experiences for young children. You can see here some examples of the standard areas and the various criteria that fall in there. They fall very specifically in pieces around the environment, pieces around what instructional design would look like, as well as considerations that we have with young children in health and safety and how we ensure that as families are dropping off their young children in our programming, they have confidence in the services that they are receiving. On the flip side, oh, I'm sorry. I want to jump back for 1 minute.
The most common comparison or the easiest comparison I have found to program standards in our K-12 world with our K-12 colleagues is our Chapter 12 matrix. That would be what most would equate program standards to. Chapter 12 gives us the foundation or the structure of what K-12 programming looks like. That's what program standards do in the preschool space. On the flip side, though, we have the early learning standards, and these are best reflected when we talk about content, or in our space, we also say developmental standards. These are the various areas that we would identify as information, knowledge, skills that young children need to know and have exposure to and experiences with as they are building their skills and readiness for moving into school age programming or kindergarten. You'll see here we have areas very common equate to what we see in our other content areas as a department around, we might say English language arts in our content space. In early childhood, we talk about communication, language, and literacy. We also have the area of approaches to learning, which our team is very proud of. It talks about sort of the conceptual skills that we look for and really try to promote and grow with young children around problem solving, using thinking skills, how we can put some of those more discrete, invisible supports in place for young children as they're growing and learning. And we really found it important to represent this as program standards are grounded in our preschool team's work. They represent the technical assistance we provide to programs that we oversee. They address instructional design. They provide a level of accountability. We monitor the implementation of preschool program standards. They also reflect continuous improvement, how programs can improve and continue to provide excellent programming in their space. This really does show the Department of Ed's commitment to ensuring high quality programming is available for young children. We have primarily three areas that program standards fall into that you see represented here with our statewide voluntary preschool program, our shared visions preschool program, and in the services that we oversee for early childhood special education services. We also find that our program standards directly align to our agency priorities. And I would say, I might be a little biased, but I would say they best align to that foundational piece at the bottom. When you think about the content and what's reflected within our preschool program standards, they really are providing the foundation of a vibrant, energetic, enthusiastic, safe, and healthy learning environment for young children to come and feel safe and willing and able to learn. The program standards, IQPPS specifically, were actually created when we as an agency built out or developed our universal preschool program. So statewide voluntary preschool program came to be in its inception in 2007. Preschool program standards were developed as a component of that quite intentionally to ensure that a broad, comprehensive look of high quality programming was represented. We did do a revision of the program standards initially in 2017 with a small team here at the department and some external stakeholders. And now, of course, we're into our second revision with the 2026 IQPPS. You can also see, just one second. I also wanted to just note, we hold very dear and the requirement and the expectation of program standards in services and programs that we have authority over. We do look for and monitor the use and the implementation of standards within all of these and each of these environments specifically to ensure that they are reflected and represented in the things that are done there, in the type of programming that is offered, in the experiences children and families have. Thank you. And IQPPS actually evolves. It's the youngest of the preschool program standards that are sort of nationally known. We have NAEYC, which was foundational in the field of early childhood which came to be established in 1985. We also have the Head Start program performance standards, which were developed as part of our Head Start national federal initiative. Those came to be in 1975. IQPPS, as I shared, was developed in 2007, and it's actually built on heavily the NACCE type of framework and components, but it's very much representative of both types of preschool program standards. Part of that is our expectation is that if you're offering a program under the Department of Education in the preschool space, regardless of the program standards you select, they're all high quality and they all have very similar high quality expectations in the things that they are representing and requiring be in place in those programs. Your predecessors actually helped determine these three. They were brought into an emergency process when the statewide program was conceived and coming forward. And the board decided to determine these were really the three sets of standards that we would want in any of the programming offered by DE or under DE, excuse me. This is really the why though. We had to have a slide that really grounds us in program standards are serving our children and families. We know in our statewide voluntary preschool program, we have a broad representation of districts that have selected the various three, and that is a local decision. You can also tell if you're quickly mathematically adding this up, there are way more than 325 represented there. And that is because a district and its local partner in a community setting may not be using the same standards. That's determined and agreed upon at the local level. You can see IQPPS is definitely the most predominant within our statewide preschool space. Similarly, we have 48 preschool grantees in our shared visions programming, and these represent the number of programs serving those. Head Start is quite prominent. Many of our shared visions grantees are also Head Start grantees, so it makes sense that they maintained that expectation aligned to their philosophy and vision. From that, we will jump into the process.
All right, I'm Stephanie. Okay, I have a question.
Please, absolutely.
Okay, I feel like I ask this all the time.
It's okay.
It's hard to wrap my head around.
It's all good.
Okay, so this only applies to programs, to preschools that are underneath DE, right? Because there's a whole set that are outside of DE, right?
Mm-hmm.
That are licensed by DHS, right?
Yes. So if you were to talk to anyone on our preschool team, we would typically call those individuals and programming that's not under the Department of Ed. We typically call them independent.
Okay.
We would say they are licensed by Iowa HHS. And when you think of it, we will go into this in just a moment, but the licensing standards really serve as sort of the meat and potatoes, minimum expectations. I don't say minimum as a derogatory. It is just they meet the expectations across the various components of different types of preschool programming. IQPPS, NACCE, or Head Start build upon that. That's actually one of the considerations and the points that we'll talk about in just a few minutes around how those interplay, because we don't ever want the process to be duplicative or excessive for programs, districts, community partners, that they have to keep track of too. That they're incredibly different in some capacity. So we'll touch on that. Does that answer?
I went to my kids, I sent them to an independent one.
Absolutely, yeah.
But in talking to the director, she told me that she was like, we follow the NACCE standards. I was like, yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I mean, I would assume that most of them are probably following something.
Many of them are. It is not a requirement from an IHHS programmatic or regulatory space. But I would tell you the part that I appreciate most in this space is we have such a wonderful relationship, such a communicative relationship with our colleagues at IHHS. We are constantly talking about how our two systems live together. So we are not creating duplicity or such at the local level. So
I wonder if that, sorry to keep on going down this path, but as a parent, how would I know that? And like, how would I even know that there are two systems or two different? So I don't know, because I mean, even though I was on the State Board of Education at the time, had no idea. I just happened to be talking to the director because I knew what to talk to her about because I was on the board. And so I was like, oh, and she was, like, oh yeah, we do. And I was like, great, but like, I didn't even think to ask her, like, are you guys covered by, but I know that they aren't, but so.
It's a very fair statement that if you are not an individual that generally works in the early childhood space and knows some of the various terms and accreditation type components, it's not something that you might be familiar with. I would tell you just from my own experience, many times it comes from a family may visit a center that they're interested in taking their child to. And many times it's the center that shares, hey, we are following program standards as part of the statewide voluntary preschool program, or we do follow Head Start performance standards because we're also a Shared Visions grantee. Many times it's the program itself or the staff there representing that and sharing that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I'm Stephanie Walker. I'm the administrative consultant over standards and practices. And so
I guess we never did introduce ourselves. Sorry.
This is Kimberly. I'm Stephanie.
We got so excited that it was time for preschool.
And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that we use. As you all, I think, are aware, we use a pretty consistent process for our academic standards revisions. And so we use a very similar process for the program standards with a few tweaks because of kind of the nature of program standard. So phase one in the program standards revision really involved an internal department team with partners from HHS drafting a revised set of standards based on new research, best practices, all of those pieces. And in phase two is where we brought the standards review team together. This is the team that we bring together through application to the department, representing key stakeholders in the field, parents, community members, et cetera. And then phase three, which we'll get into some of these phases more specifically in a minute, is where we're collecting that public feedback about the draft proposed standards. Phase four, different from our other phases, the draft is going back to that internal team where they're looking at the public comment and looking at actionable public feedback in order to make changes to those draft standards. And then phase five is where we are today. So I'm going to dive into those phases just a little bit more. This is back to phase one now, where that internal team is really looking at internal team plus our HHS partners, I should say, is really looking at putting together a new draft set of standards that will then be shared with the the first review team. Anything to add here, Kimberly? Nope. Okay. All right, let's hop to phase two then, the review phase. This is where external stakeholders are applying to be part of the process. Meetings are facilitated by our department staff in order to gather feedback from the team. Each standard area and criterion were reviewed by multiple team members to ensure that we were collecting lots of feedback from this team that then could be updated based on their work. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Kimberly because she's going to give kind of a high level overview of the changes that were made after this phase.
So we actually have 9 standard areas and are proposing just over 100 criteria. We used to have 172 criteria, a lot. We decided that rather than go into a grave amount of detail with you on the standards in particular, we would kind of give you the high level. Most of the revision from our review team, again, a huge shout out to them. They worked very, very hard with our staff for this purpose. But the review team really found in analyzing and in the recommendations that were made, most of the recommendations or suggestions for revision fell in one of 4 buckets, and sometimes more than one bucket. The 4 buckets are represented here. They looked at simplifying standards. Maybe we had some criteria that had a lot of language, a lot of examples, some different such as's or for consideration. And what we had found in some of the feedback was it was just too much language. So we wanted to simplify it down, pull some of those examples out or pull some of those suggestions out, not because we wanted to get rid of them. Our plan is quite intentional and we will use that information in technical assistance guides. So the standards themselves in our recommendation will stand alone as standards criteria. This is what the expectations are. But when you're putting them in play, when you're implementing them, you'll actually have resource tools over here that provide you more guidance and suggestion and examples of what that looks like in action. So we simplified some, just minimized the language a little bit. We also consolidated some. We found that there were some standards where a content area or a topical area was spread across multiple criteria. And it became a little bit laborious to think about. For example, we know there were 3 in the math area that were spread out and didn't even necessarily follow each other in sequence. We consolidated those. We put all of the math content together in a criterion so that when an instructor or a provider or someone who was using the standards reviewed them, they had all of the information about that area or that topic housed together, wrapped up together, and representing one concept in entirety. We also looked at updating. Stephanie referenced this early on. Our team was very detailed in looking at best practices, new research, what we know in the early childhood field that we have seen as improvements across the various standard areas. And we updated that language accordingly with our review team's suggestions and what they knew from an actual implementer or provider's point of view also. And then we really worked on alignment. And this actually goes back to your comment just a few minutes ago. We know the importance of not having duplicity in our local programming. I'm thinking about the school district that may have some independent or enterprise is another term we use, preschools that the Department of Ed doesn't necessarily have a strong role or a major role in oversight of. They also might have a statewide preschool program. They also may be providing early childhood special education services. Regardless of which of those classrooms we're looking at, we want this to be one package, one consideration of aligned expectations. So whether my classroom has an expectation of Head Start licensing, HHS licensing standards, or they have the expectation built upon or layered on of a set of preschool program standards, we want there to be a unified message and not having to think about, well, the licensing standards talk about curricula, the program standards talk about curricula. So we were very intentional in reviewing and making sure that there was a common thread and consistency in that space.
Great. So then back to phase 3. This is such a critical phase in our process, and that is really seeking broad public feedback. Very similar to our other academic standards revisions, we released a public survey. So any Iowan could take that survey to indicate and provide feedback about each standard and criterion. We also held an open stakeholder group and really encouraged early childhood stakeholders to also attend those open stakeholder group, and or respond to the public feedback. So this is a really critical part of the process in order to then move to the next phase of the process.
Did you have a lot of feedback from?
So I was so prepared with this number. I'm so excited. So we had 205 surveys started. I'd like to clarify that there were 2 portions to the survey. There was almost sort of a generalized first part that talked about the program standards at a high level general concepts, general satisfaction or dissatisfaction. And then users or survey takers could decide if they wanted to dig in deeper. The 9 standard areas were broken out, and I, as a person completing the survey, could choose if any of those areas were ones that I wanted to specifically dig into. We know we had 205 surveys started and initiated. We actually had 93 that finalized and submitted and provided us different grain sizes of detail to that. So, we were pleased.
Okay, good. Great. Back to you.
So I feel like this slide should say, ta-da, with a big shout out. This is generally the question that we get from individuals, in particular providers. They're interested in, so how many standards and criteria are there? You can see here, we compared the 2017 to the 2025 or 2026 version that we are sharing with you today. We did reduce the number of standard areas, which is here. We combined 2. So we have only 9 standard areas as opposed to 10. And then we did go from 132 to 111. It gives the perception that we drastically reduced or took out. And I guess I want to clarify, I would better say we consolidated. We were very pleased, and our stakeholders gave us similar input, that we already had a high quality set of program standards established. We just needed to sort of freshen them up and review them. We went into the review process with our review team with that notion. We offered them the draft that Stephanie spoke to, and they pretty much confirmed that with us. They gave us some tweaks. They gave us some better ways to potentially sequence, some criterion that could live better together or better represented a comment together. But most of the reduction is actually in some consolidation of different standards that we had previously. And then lastly, this is just a broad representation. It's important in our space, and I would say from more of my educator point of view, I'm a teacher by training, thinking about what my standard areas are, but what those subsections really entail. So this was a table that our team established after confirming with the review team, their feedback and their recommendations. And you can see each of those various standard areas broken out into the various subsections so that the user can quickly, depending on the need or depending on the purpose, he or she is able to quickly find the information that they are desiring and think about how it fits back into the larger picture of the standards themselves.
All right. So the last phase is state board approval. Obviously, we're here today just to provide this overview and entertain any questions, and we will be back next month for the second read of the standards. Yep. Any questions?
Did we liven it up for you?
A comment and then.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I love the process, the review process that goes on when we in preschool or any of the core academics. The question I have is that if I was a practitioner in the field and I see this new set of standards revised, how do I compare those with the other ones? So what has changed? Are they highlighted for them, or is there 2 documents that are set out? Or how do they know what has changed and what hasn't changed?
So I would say soon to come. We have plans with some of our technical assistants that when we are actually pushing out professional learning and training in the new sets of standards, one of our resources will be, this is how it was sort of represented before. This is how it's represented now. I think with my earlier reference to a great deal of the content didn't really change, but it maybe was reformatted or resequenced or restructured. That's one of the pieces that we will give as a bit of a scaffold to preschool program standard users so that they can think about, oh yeah, that used to be in standard 7 for families. Well, it's still in standard 7, but it may be represented in a different subsection. So that will be one of the pieces that's provided in our resources and technical assistance guides that are soon to be prepared for July 1st, if a board approved. Does that help with your question?
Well, I just know if I was to use them, I wouldn't know.
Agreed.
Exactly has changed from last year to this year. Just put things in context.
Sure.
Kind of a context person.
It's all good.
Was someone from DHS involved in the review?
We did. We had, I believe, 2 individuals represented from the Bureau of Child Care Licensing who came and joined us. And then we also had some, I would call them more specialized consultants or staff from the department. We particularly worked closely. Health is not an area that from our bureau or our preschool team, we have an extensive amount of experience in, but we have a lovely administrative consultant, Melissa Walker, who is well-versed in health topics. So she was able to join us in review and consideration of some of our health standards and criteria in that space. You're welcome.
So this is not really recommended as far as any formal action from the board.
Correct.
Not today.
We'll be visiting next month.
Any other comments or questions?
Good work.
Good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
so much for doing this.
Thank you, Ace. All right. Morningside, here we go.
Pre-K to higher ed. We're going to complete your trifecta this afternoon.
Let's have a middle school program.
You have Kelly?
Jeremy, do you see Kelly on?
We're looking for me.
Okay. Go.
Hello, I'm here.
Welcome, Kelly. All right, well, good afternoon, President Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board. My name is Amy Mayer. I'm a program consultant in the educator quality team in the Division of Teacher Quality and Innovation. Joining us is Dr. Kelly Cheney, the Dean of the School of Education at Morningside University. We're pleased to be a part of the wrap-up of your day today with an update that includes positive news and exceptional progress at Morningside. At the December's board meeting, Morningside University's teacher intern program and teacher education programs were granted conditional approval to allow the educator quality team time to formally resolve a few concerns in the faculty and intern knowledge, skills, and disposition standards, and to support the program through a progress monitoring phase to assess the success of their policy and process implementation. We're here today to share the first of 2 updates requested by the board at that meeting. This update focuses on 2 concerns in the faculty standard that needed additional attention and implementation oversight. Concern 1 addressed unit tracking of faculty compliance around the 40-hour co-teaching standard to maintain recent experiences in K-12 classrooms. Through progress monitoring, the department was able to take a deeper look at how Morningside implemented a comprehensive policy that defines expectations for ongoing school involvement, outlines qualifying activities, and establishes procedures for regular documentation and review. Staff note that each time the process has gotten smoother as faculty have adapted to their new expectations, and also shared improved connections with adjunct faculty because of the increased communication. Oops, sorry. So this is an example of how faculty engagement is now tracked through a standardized documentation system the program refers to as calling cards. This spreadsheet at the center of the calling card records hours, locations, roles, descriptions of pre-K-12 experiences,
And in addition, we saw the successful implementation of a system to call for updated hours to update this calling card via email and then review current faculty status. Faculty are designated as compliant, on track with policy expectations, or put on a timeline. The on a timeline status indicates the faculty member is not meeting program expectations, and a contract, like the one that you see here, is completed with planned activities and agreed upon timeline to meet program expectations. The department was able to verify the documentation and review processes are in place and being used to track compliance. The review also confirmed that previously identified individual faculty concerns have been addressed through additional documentation of hours or personnel changes. In addition, one of the faculty members who addressed the need for additional hours has also followed through on policy expectations, completing the expected hours for this school year. We consider this concern resolved with evidence for continued compliance to be reviewed at a one-year follow-up. The second concern addressed inconsistencies of alignment with faculty preparation and experience with the courses that they were assigned to teach. The faculty status and credentials policy that also addressed the faculty issues mentioned earlier addresses this concern by requiring all newly hired faculty to submit detailed documentation verifying their preparation, licensure, and professional experience at the time of hire. The process captures degree verification, teaching credentials, relevant experience, and professional contributions. This ensures that faculty members' qualifications are established and aligned for the current need that they're being hired for, but also flags other potential course qualifications, creating efficiencies for future needs. These records populate the faculty calling card that we just looked at for a comprehensive look for the university at a faculty member's preparation, their collaboration, professional development, and K-12 experiences, which round out the entirety of the faculty standards in Chapter 79. In addition, Morningside created a content area evaluator role. This is something we haven't seen at other institutions to support supervision of teacher candidates when a university supervisor's expertise does not fully align with the candidate's content area or grade level. Content evaluators collaborate with the supervisor to conduct additional observations and provide targeted feedback on subject-specific instruction. This structure was immediately implemented, and early feedback from candidates and supervisors indicated that the additional content expertise strengthened the instructional feedback and candidate support and was greatly appreciated. Suggestions for improving that process through documentation and training were immediately incorporated and applied in this current spring term. Finally, the department was able to confirm qualification concerns for 5 faculty members were addressed through personnel changes or course reassignments, and the documentation of qualifications for the new faculty member assigned was reviewed by the department. Each case is detailed in more specificity in the report in your packet. We consider this concern also resolved with evidence for continued compliance to be reviewed during a one-year follow-up. With regard to both of these faculty standards, Morningside has addressed the work to resolve the concerns, while also going a step further to create policies and processes that improve efficiencies and documentation. By going beyond baseline compliance, Morningside has created the potential for these standards to become strengths once these processes are embedded in routine. At this time, our team would consider the faculty standard met. We would propose a final progress monitoring update on the intern knowledge, skills, and disposition standards this summer. With similar results in that standard, we would anticipate being able to make a recommendation for full program approval at that time. We appreciate your opportunity this opportunity today to share the informational update on Morningside's current progress and would entertain any questions that you might have about the work that they've done.
Questions or comments for Morningside? Sounds like they've stepped up and did what they needed to do to come into compliance. And do you have any concerns about continuing the current practice that they're on and their trajectory?
I don't. We had a great meeting about a month or so ago with several of the folks who are invested in some of these new processes and getting a chance to talk to them. And I can tell you, if we would see these calling cards coming from every university in any institutional report for a review, it would save us a lot of time because we can check all of the boxes for all of our standards. So what they put together is very comprehensive.
Is that something that could be a promising practice?
I think it would. Absolutely. I'm sure Kelly wouldn't mind sharing.
That's right.
Was that your creation, Kelly?
It is a creation of mine and my staff combined. I have an amazing staff. I have 3 librarians on my staff. They're systems thinkers. So they're very good at putting processes together.
What was some Dewey Decimals in that? I have nothing else unless the board has something that we're encouraged by the work that you've done and continue onward. Things are looking good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Cassandra around?
Is a nice PM, so I think sure.
We're bringing up person to bring us home. Welcome.
Thank you so much, President Robbins, Director Snow. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Cassandra Klein. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of School Business Operations. And today I am providing you with a summary of action from the March 10th School Budget Review Committee, or SBRC, hearing. The committee met for its regular hearing. As I mentioned on March 10th, it began with committee informational items. We have begun a new cadence with our committee meetings, and we are beginning each meeting by reading the committee's responsibilities that are defined in Iowa Administrative Code Rule 289, Chapter 6.2, and there are 5. When they are considering decisions and the impact of the decisions, the context of the decisions, they are to balance the intent of Iowa Code Chapter 257, which includes equalizing educational opportunities, providing a good education to all of Iowa's children, providing property tax relief, decreasing the percentage of school costs paid from property tax, and providing reasonable control of school costs. The committee continued its informational items, reviewing the fiscal year 27 cash reserve levy limits. So these are the preliminary limits. Final limits will be presented in October. So preliminarily, out of 325 districts that exist in fiscal year 27, 188 are able to levy for a cash reserve, 137 are unable to levy for a cash reserve. Oriant-Maxburg, as you may know, is dissolving at the end of the fiscal year. So when we bring the final cash reserve levy limits in the fall, that will be a total of 324 districts. Next, the committee reviewed TAG districts and budgets. From the state aid that is generated by each student, $75 of that is restricted for gifted and talented program use, of which $25 in local match is also budgeted to that TAG program. The committee continued to its informational items and reviewed the state decile ranks for unspent balances. That spending authority balance is looked at overall on a per pupil basis and as a regular program balance, also on a per pupil basis. We began looking at these comparisons in fiscal year 2019. And from 2019 through fiscal year 22, the districts averaged about $560 in a variance between the two, meaning they carried about $500 to $560 in categorical balances per students. And then now we are seeing since fiscal year 23 through 25 under $400, meaning that that balance is more on obligated regular program and less of that categoricals. These decile rankings are used to help determine and provide context to need when districts make requests for additional spending authority. The committee also reviewed Senate File 659 from Iowa Acts 2025 and the change that it made to Iowa Code Section 257-31, paragraph 5, which was newly established by Iowa Acts 2024. This law allows districts to make an additional request for modified supplemental amount or spending authority if they have an open enrollment in population that exceeds 45% of their overall population. The amount of the request then is equal to 50% of the difference, if any, between their state cost per pupil and a district cost per pupil, as well as the professional development, early intervention childhood, and teacher leadership supplementary weightings. The caveat, though, is that if they request this MSA and it's granted, the districts cannot increase taxes in the subsequent year. There were 6 districts who were eligible to make their request. 5 declined, 3 stating specifically because they did anticipate raising property taxes. So later on, there was 1 district that did come and make that request. And finally, the last committee informational item was that the committee did discuss the need to hold another hearing this fiscal year for various reasons. Moving into the action items, the committee did approve requests for permission to charge special education administrative costs to the special education program. This is a specific law that allows this request for districts who have a facility with a special education population sufficient to warrant such charges, or for those districts who have a private facility within their district that warrants that has such a population that warrants such charges. There are 6 districts with a facility, and then there are 7 with a private facility. So it's not for a lot, but for those that it is, it's very specific. Moving into the next action item, I want to give a little bit of context to this one. The department received a lengthy complaint against Cedar Rapids Community School Districts, including fiscal and non-fiscal components. The review included multiple instances of misuses of funds, including at-risk dropout program funds. Allowable uses for that program are defined as those that are eligible in statute, as well as those that are defined in the board-adopted program plan. To test the eligible expenditures that were a part of the complaint and the complaint review, we requested a copy of those program plans for the years that were reviewed. The district responded that they did not have a program plan for the years in question. Without a program plan for those years that was adopted by the board, they actually had no authority to make the request for the modified supplemental amount or the spending authority that they made in each of those 3 years. And subsequently, then the SBRC did not have authority to grant it if they didn't have authority to make such request. As a result, the committee took action to approve a negative spending authority amount in the amount of $9 million for fiscal year 26 and again in fiscal year 27. This total amount was equal to the amount that was erroneously requested in MSA for those at-risk dropout program plans that were not adopted by the board and therefore did not meet the requirements of Iowa Code Section 257-38. The committee next took action to approve for fiscal year 27. Yes, sir.
So with this, you said the department received a complaint. Is that is it a formal complaint that triggers this, or how does that work? Not only for this, but for anything where the board would, or this SBRC would be involved with? Is it, like if I was John Doe, a citizen, and I have a complaint against XYZ school district by sending a complaint in, how's that handled?
President Robbins, this was an anonymous complaint that had a great level of detail, so it was entitled to a great level, it was entitled to some credibility. So it wasn't just, I'm mad at the world, and it had a level of specificity to it that sort of compelled follow-up. So that was it wasn't just all complaints are evaluated and acted on. They're all evaluated, but the degree to which they have support determines the degree to which they're entitled to follow. And this one was, at least at first blush, at least on its 4 quarters, had a level of detail.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's kind of a split vote, I see.
There's much discussion. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. In the next item, the committee took action to approve MSA for FY27 at-risk dropout program plans. There were 320 such requests, of which 319 were approved and one was denied for one district for $23,000 because they did not provide proof of a plan. The next item, item number 5 for United Community School District. This is the district, the one of 6 that made the request for MSA because they met that 45% threshold for the open enrollment in population. So that MSA was granted. The next action item, the district or the committee approved MSA for $101,000 for Kingsley Pearson Community School District for hazard abatement. They actually had a water line main break. And so as part of that cleanup, they discovered asbestos and then was required to mitigate. The next 2 action items were both permanent fund transfers. One specifically for Central Lee was a transfer from SAVE to PEPL for a prior year accounting error. And in number 8, that was for Starmont Community School District. They were granted permission to transfer from the general fund to the daycare fund. They did close their daycare fund and ended with a deficit balance. However, the committee also required the district to report to its auditor that it actually made the transfer in the prior year, but did it without SBRC approval.
Okay, so that was one of the things I highlighted. So typically you can't do that, can you?
For the enterprise one or the Save to PEPL?
Well, the enterprise fund.
So there is a precedence for doing this. So Iowa Code Section 2421 and 2422 actually grants the authority to the state board to award permanent transfers. However, a long time ago, the state board delegated that authority to the SBRC, so they hear those requests. So there is a precedence if they. Thank you. Yes. There you go. So there is a precedence if they have an enterprise program and that program closes and they can prove all of their accounting books are done. There's no more outstanding payables, no more outstanding receivables. And this is the final amount. There really is no other way to clear it up unless they go do something like fundraising. And you can imagine that can be difficult sometimes to fundraise for a program that's closed. And so there is a mechanism. We get, maybe one every 2 years that they have some type of program, daycare or preschool program.
I get that.
Yeah.
When I read this, I thought, well, this is like a permanent transfer of funds year after year.
One time, because it's all done. Yes.
So it's a one time. Okay.
Yes. Good question. Yes. The committee continued with hearing item number 9, which was Council Bluffs Community School District. The district actually appeared for a fiscal update because they had a negative regular program balance. This is an early fiscal warning trigger for the SBRC. So districts who have a negative regular program balance come for an informational item. This ended up being discovered as an accounting error that was done, which will be corrected as part of their audit, and they are not anticipated to be negative in their regular program next year. And finishing up the hearing itself, the last item was Colfax Mingo, who appeared due to a negative unspent balance. The committee did accept their corrective action plan and granted the request for modified supplemental amount for $580,000. It was also recommended that this district continue to seek outside financial assistance and consultative services to review the financial position of the district. The hearing then adjourned and the committee went into their work session, and there were 3 general items discussed. One was related to hazard abatement. There are requests for hazard abatement, such as we just heard from Kingsley Pearson, due to asbestos removal. It's generally asbestos. Sometimes it's other things. And that is an SBRC shall. They are required to approve that. However, they still have to demonstrate that evidence of need. So one of the things that we talked about is how else could that demonstration of need occur? So going forward, we will also require exhibits for fund balances of capital project funds, as well as some sort of master facility plan or some other spending plan, and a narrative of why the balances in the capital project funds was insufficient to pay for the related mitigation costs. The second item was regarding the school board policies regarding spending authority, and discuss this practice for maybe 4 or 5 years. If a district comes individually and they're requesting modified supplemental amount, we are requesting and have been requesting that board policy or philosophy on spending authority. What we've now uncovered as a trend over those years is some districts are very specific and have a target, either an amount or a percent, and some districts have nothing formal, whether it's nothing formal in a policy or a process, and more of either a general understanding or just a directive to always get it when you can. It's hard to demonstrate need when you can't make a test of their current position versus where the board intends them to be. And so there was some discussion around how do we demonstrate need then if the board hasn't said what they need. The final one was actually based on a calculation that we do each fall to determine if there are students that the district is serving who were not on a prior year head count and for whom they're paying tuition to another district. That has been a standing request for spending authority for many years. And so we, that authority has been reinterpreted, and there is a tighter interpretation of that calculation. So we're still working on the implementation of that tighter calculation and whether it will be this year or next year, but that will be coming.
And so how's that going to work with the 2 head counts coming in?
Yeah, that's a great question, President Robbins. We've discussed at length. There are multiple requests for spending authority that are tested off of that certified enrollment count. And so in conversation with Thomas and Jay and other leaders at the department, we've decided that the requests for MSA are going to stay still pointed back to that certified enrollment count date in the fall and not consider then that weighted average with the second count in the spring, mostly due to timing, to make sure that we're able to continue all of the statutory deadlines that are in place already, as well as make sure that they have time, that SBRC has time to take that action before then those aid and levies are prepared each year.
Questions or comments for Cassandra?
So what happens next to Cedar Rapids? For a big boo-boo like that. It's not even a boo-boo.
Have they appealed?
Yes, there is pending litigation that was filed on Monday.
Okay.
The department is still reviewing it in consultation with the attorney generals, and that's because it's in pending, but because litigation's pending, it's not a discussion to have at this table.
No, I understand.
You answered the question.
And up at the top with the property tax, with legislation, are they getting closer to what they want to do and how that'll impact? You know, where are they at on that?
I don't know that that's a question I can answer.
Well, I know you work in that tax range, property tax, so then I'd ask.
We generally wait till the law is implemented and then we see how we can help.
It's been pretty quiet. I haven't heard much here lately.
Thank you for the
Thanks.
update.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks.
appreciate it.
Is there anything else that we can send SDRC way?
This last.
We're at the end of our formal agenda and we're going to recess till tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, we have a little celebration.
You too.